Hello, everyone, and welcome to this, the last PLC for the year 2025. It is December's tournament. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I am Benju Hadri Sorensen, and that is Admin Anonymous.
That's me. I'm here, and I'm excited to see a bunch of good games
Same
today.
here.
And I can hardly contain my excitement. Can't you tell?
Well, the good news is we've got a lot of new teams. We know that with the time of year it is, it's hard to sometimes get people together. So we do have several of our long-standing teams like Filmy, the Short Bus Dojo, and Pandemonium had to step away. But other teams have come in. We're ready to get going. Our first match today is going to be Team Damage Check versus the Mithril Knights. Now, Admin, Mithril Knights have been a mainstay over the last few months, and they've been doing
Yes,
really
they
well.
have. And yeah, we've seen them do very well, have some good placements, and fight some solid teams and put up a good show.
Absolutely. So, speaking of the Mithril Knights and their long history here with the PLC has been going on for 2 years and now 1 month. And in you can see Admin's face is like, man, it's been rough.
It's been a time. We're excited to keep pushing things forward and just keep putting on more great events.
Absolutely. And the next great event has already been announced. January 17th is going to be our next one, the first of 2026. And registration for February should be live by the end of the day. That will be February 21st. So while we're waiting here, we know in advance when our next two dates are. So get your teams together, get signed up, and we'll have even more fun in 2026.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to things. We are what we are looking forward to is we will be soon doing paid registration, which means there will be a prize pool and a pot for anybody who makes it into the final top cut will be able to take part in that prize pool. So be looking for more details on that. That will be posted along with the Battlefy information and Battlefy tournament pages on the pricing page as well. And then that gets into a big reason why one of the rules is you have to be 13 years or older because that is the minimum age that we're legally allowed to pay out in the US. So that's where that rule comes from. But we're
Hmm.
excited to start pushing things forward.
Wonderful. And that's a really exciting thing. I know that players in particular like having prizes, something to receive at the end of such a long day of playing, especially when you make it into the top 4, you have those two extra games you got to play.
Yes.
So,
And yeah, it makes a really long day. So after some Swiss rounds, you're just like, we played 3 or 4 games already, and then we have to keep going.
mhm.
Well, now soon there'll be prize money on the lines. We're looking to start that in February. We're getting finalizing some details that might be pushed back until March, but here's to hoping we get all our ducks in a row and we'll be able to get that started. In keeping with that, with a little bit more information, we are still looking for casters and anybody else who would like to help out on the production side of things. We can use some assistance to make sure things keep going smoothly. We like putting on a really smooth show, and it just takes a little bit of effort. And we want to be able to start not only having other casters kind of cut their teeth on, especially some of these Swiss round stages, but to help broadcasters and people see the behind the scenes and event management to be able to help their resumes and their skills grow as well. And it helps us out a bunch.
Yeah, that was actually the next thing I was going to say. So, you out there, if you have interest in being a caster, a tournament organizer, or a broadcaster, let us know. Message us here in the Discord, and we will get you all set up and hopefully get you in on January or February.
And to assuage some questions, people may be asking soon. Well, what is registration going to look like? It will look like $5 per player, and that it includes your alternates. It's not $25 per team. It is $5 per player. So because each individual player does add a little bit of work to make sure all of the registration lines up. And yeah, and then more information on that will be forthcoming as we start posting February and March and then into the future.
All right. So those ducks in a row. The next ducks we need in a row is our lobby. And once we are ready for Champ Select, we will get that up on the screen. Now, admin, you've been doing a lot of the preparations and looking at the players and the teams, getting OPGGs updated. You also did the seeding. Just looking at the way we seed based on rank, etc. How close are we expecting this game to be between Team Damage Check and the Mithril Knights?
We're looking to, like, right now it looks like Team Damage Check would has it as far as ranks go. However, I don't put a ton of stock into ranks, especially as people start showing up into more and more
Mhm.
competitive and organized play. And so going into kind of the middle of the pack on both sides here, it could go either way. But
Mhm.
I'm more excited to see how people draft, and we can dig in to see what kind of strategies are found in there.
Absolutely. And I know, trying to remember, I think it is Mithril Knights who like to run the cane. And so
Yes,
while the draft is going, is it something that's going to be let through again? Because it's Jackson, right? I'm pretty sure it's Jackson, their jungler.
I believe so.
Heck yeah. All right. So Jackson on the cane. I was talking to Shazbot and Zeno and the Snurks on the latest episode of PCP. Go check that out on our YouTube, by the way. And it's an interesting champion because Kane is so niche. He's so particular that it's weird to me when another team picks it away or to have it as one of your picks when you're in this type of an environment. And so I'm curious to see if Damage Check is ready to handle it, they ban it, or if they pick it away. And do Mithril Knights get to keep it? Because they work around it pretty well.
Yes, and yeah, but one of the things we run into before we start looking into Champ Select is because we try to showcase teams that have not been able to be showcased. Um, I as little as they have, we try to get as much exposure to newer teams on stream as much as possible. So we don't have a lot of knowledge about Team Damage Check other than the OPGG that was posted.
Hmm.
So that is something where, like, that the OPGG may have some different information for their solo play rather than what they decide to do
Mm-hmm.
in their team play and their set play. So it's a very different way to look at it. So we can see, like, some of the champions they may want to pick, but which ones are they actually going to pick and how are they going to come together as a team?
That's a really good point. I remember when I was working with Rated R Esports and managing a team when we were doing our practices and scrims, the the champions that our players picked in solo queue or did really well in these random scenarios where they had this counter pick that nobody knows or nobody remembered was even in the game. It was never anything we practiced for exactly that reason, right? You try and practice the things that are meta at the moment that really fit the agenda for the game as opposed to what you just enjoy playing. And I'll admit it, I started to climb the highest I ever got with Gnar. He is a fun champion, but he's not my favorite. And so when you're really looking at climbing or competing, you do have a different champion pool than what you play to just have a good time.
Yeah, that's where, like, when you start playing competitively, you're looking at the patch notes, trying to figure out, okay, what are the strong combinations? What are we going to learn and push and really learn about the game? Because playing competitively and playing casually are these two different beasts where I like to go and play Senna, but I'm not going to play Senna in most or any of my main competitive matches. I'm probably going to go and pick Braum, where I'm very
Hmm.
comfortable. He's very solid in most team comps he's going to be in. And uh, contrast that to where if I'm playing mid lane casually, playing Veigar, sometimes I pick up LeBlanc.
Hmm.
Very different. And it depends on what does the team need, what are the best team strengths, how can we help complement each other, It's a very different skill set to have and develop, but like you said, it does help you climb because you're working to understand the game at a deeper level than just we're just going to have some fun and try to push like the strength of my favorite champion more.
Mhm. And you know what? While you were talking, I was reminded that Mithril Knights might be at a slight disadvantage today because they don't have their original roster. They do have a substitute. Now, I don't think it's as big a deal as some people say it is, especially when you're looking at the team dynamic, right? If you are slotting yourself in, I would think that you don't be afraid to say things, but really let the other players on the team who have the chemistry together dictate what's going on. And so
Yes.
I'm excited to see that because their substitute is a player we've seen before. Gonna be good to see this player out on the screen again, and just more and more fun, more surprises. It throws wrenches into the drafting because you're not used to their champion pool and those type of things. So I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, and that's why like we have our VODs that you can go through and watch different teams, see how they play, as well as like we try to put up the VODs as soon as possible. And that actually helps strategize against some of the stronger teams because they're shown more often, especially during the knockout stage of these monthly tournaments, where you can start strategizing around them specifically. And then if things start rotating, well, then people are able to strategize around you. So the strongest teams get into that crucible of sorts where you are being scrutinized and you are going to play better to remain at the top. And that's also just on top of people are going to be looking at you when you're the strongest teams. What can we do to get out on top, get a little bit better? And it makes everybody that much stronger. And when you start playing competitively, it is a very exciting to be part of that.
I agree. So while we are still waiting for our draft and getting into Champion Select, I do have another question I want to ask you, admin. We recorded a very special episode of PCP that will be coming out soon, where Shazbot, Zeno, and I talked about the 2026 season and all the changes that are coming in this new year. Did you have a one or two couple points that you think would be the most exciting that you want to bring up right before, just as a conversation while we're waiting for draft?
So for what's coming up next year, goodness, I forgot everything in the announcement video already. So that's a good thing that I don't remember. We're going to get right into draft for our first game. Mithril Knights on the blue side, team damage check on the red side.
All right.
First ban.
I don't think that's a bad ban. I think Thresh is just always a good champion to take away. The Syndra being taken away from Layson, I think, was a great choice from TDC. I remember Layson played Syndra in either the semis or the finals last month and looked really good on it.
Yes. And that banning out a little bit of mid lane as well. Banning out a lot of mid lane, actually. Interesting. So we're looking to see an explosive mid lane, it seems.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing, though, because mid lane is the shortest lane. It's the place in the center of the map where you have control over both of the objective pits and entrance to either side of the jungle. And so having someone solid and good in that realm is a good choice. And so taking away strong champions is wise. And
there is our Kayn ban, and then our Juhadre's favorite champion.
Not even close, baby. But again, a solid pick. Someone who can just stay in the lane, do what that champion needs to do, absorb damage. Are we locking in order? Because that would be really interesting. Yeah, that's Jackson picking up the Jace. Interesting.
So that means they probably have done, because they're going so quickly, they've probably used draft tools.
Correct. But Jason the Jungle is interesting. I don't know how I feel about that.
Very interesting.
And Lux
And
in the mid lane as well. That's another really interesting choice. Typically,
yeah,
we've been seeing Lux as a support.
so yeah, we're not getting the actual draft pick in the order that they were picked, but we are seeing them come out in the specific order. So we have a little bit of insight, at least a part of what the bans are.
Hmm.
And yeah, it looks like they were trying to lock in that mid lane early on both teams. And so I'm interested to see the Orianna Lux matchup. We have just flying through the rest of our picks. We have our blue team and red team fully picked out. So let's take a look at our blue team. Mithril Knights first. We have K'Sante in the top lane against Camille.
Camille, yeah.
I'm not sure how that matchup goes. That seems a bit even, depending on how, like, that's actually very skill based is what I'm seeing that as.
I agree. It's going to start similar to how the Camille Ornn matchup goes. Eventually Camille's going to outscale because the amount of true damage on the second cast of Precision Protocol just overwhelms the hit points. But
and then she gets that shield.
Yeah, she does get the shield. But K'Sante is so much more damage heavy than Ornn is, which is a weird thing to say because if you've seen the brittle combos that Ornns can do, it's pretty ridiculous. But K'Sante, with the way that his ultimate works and the amount of damage and omnivamp that he gets from his resistances, means that in the early part of the game, he's not gonna take a whole lot. Hold on, that's wrong. He is going to go behind a little bit until he gets his first defensive item. Camille has that built into her kit with her passive and has the true damage on her Q. And so I'm pretty sure that that's where Boya is going to have the advantage. But then once you get into the later part of the game, when young Sheldon has 2 or 3 items, he's going to do a lot more work. And I don't know that Camille is going to be able to overcome it.
Interesting. We had the Orianna swap to bot lane?
No, that's still Layson.
Okay, it looks like it was just a little bit of a visual.
Oh, maybe this is their pick order. Maybe this is pick order where it was MF first pick for Ader Bug, and then it was answered.
I think it's a little bit of a visual bug because there's no way that the overlay is connected to the draft tool. That's really weird because we don't see the bands anymore. So yeah, there's some sort of visual weirdness going on. Anyway, so the Kai'Sa Nautilus versus the Misfortune Rell.
This one's hard because MF is so immobile.
I see this as a setup of a wombo combo for the Mithril Knights rather than playing strictly for the lane. You like it is still a pretty strong lane. But you're not going to be pushing as hard unless you land that double up really solidly. But if you land that, then you can actually jump in fairly easily, even on a Kai'Sa who's pretty mobile. It can work out, but I'm seeing Rell ult into Orianna ult into Misfortune ult, and then a cleanup from the last two. Like that's that's a play.
I'll be honest, I would think that the MF would do better with damage checks composition, right? The shield from the Lux and the safety of the Nautilus plus the Cataclysm from the Jarvan really sets that up as well. And Camille being able to lock down another target. I think that would go
nice. It keeps people in, but it doesn't pull people in. And so it could be either way. It's just that is certainly something I'm excited to see happen because Bullet Time is very powerful ability, and when you have other champions that can help pull people in and keep them in that area, you're going to be able to wipe an entire team fight, especially around Dragon Pit or Baron Pit. It's going to be very interesting to see.
And the positioning of that Bullet Time has got to be really, really clean because of the hook shot from Camille, the anchor from Nautilus, the ability for Kai'Sa to just jump with her ultimate, the binding from the Lux. They have to be careful, but we are on to Summoner's Rift. This is game number 1 of PLC December, Mithril Knights versus Team Damage Check. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us and for your patience. I'm looking forward to this game for multiple reasons, and
Yeah.
unfortunate truth is the battle fan works out in TDC's favor.
Death Bush from the Mithril Knights is not going to be going anywhere. They're going to recall back to base and set back up for just a standard level 1.
So I'm gonna go back to this Jace jungle. It's freaking me out. Like, he's gonna have okay clear, I guess, because it'll be similar to why Nidalee and Elise are good in the jungle. He's got the AoE, he's got the extra spell, right? He can use more spells in the jungle and therefore will have a faster clear. But I just don't see his ganks being all that impressive. And so I'm going to keep my eye on the Jace for sure.
All right. Finally, minions are in lane. We are in the midst of our game 1 in the Swiss round, and we still have a little bit of a death bush. You actually, that Q for a little bit of early damage because that ward was really nice to see.
And poking down an early game Nautilus is a really good choice.
Yes.
Until he gets items, he's not tanky. And even when he gets items, it's all based on his HP, because that's what his W does, is it gives him a shield based on health. So bullying Nautilus at the beginning of the game is a great choice out of the Mithril Knights.
Camille using the shield to get some free trade damage onto young Sheldon. Very smart play.
Level 2 rush from TDC was really good. They were positioning really aggressively, and that's the other thing is, while you can bully a Nautilus, you also have to be careful of the Nautilus, because that level 2 with the hook, it's terrifying, especially because he has so many ways to stack the plasma for Kai'Sa's passive. You just take way too much damage. So good on the Mithril Knights for backing out when they knew that they weren't going to have the advantage there at the level 2.
Yeah, that's something I wasn't able to quite bring up. Speaking of,
in with the anchor, Ignite is down, stunned down onto Bidanki. Aetherbug is going to get out pretty low. Weaver Willow is healthy, but that's what we were talking about. You have to be so careful as MF because you have no escape tools.
Right, and Team Damage Check has that solid bot lane to. It's what I was about to say. We didn't get much time to talk about it before game, but you brought it up where it's stacking the plasma. Mm-hmm. The plasma was fully stacked on both Aetherbug and Weaver Willow, and where they had to respect it and walk away, and they walked out really low, giving up a lot of tempo in the lane.
So this is what we were talking about as well in the top side. Camille definitely comes out ahead at the beginning of these trades. Young Sheldon running low on the mana. He's using so many Intofo strikes. Camille gets the healing from that tactical sweep and just stays so healthy.
The shield keeps you even healthier. You get free trade damage off of that. And just walking down this lane.
But now all potions are used up on the top side, so it's going to, I think it'll equal out a little bit, especially with the CS going toward young Sheldon up on the top side. He might be able to catch up, but I think that he's still going to be a wave behind.
All right, quick check-in on all of the... Well, no, we are
Aetherbug
going in.
is going to get rooted. In comes Weaver Willow to try and stop any further damage. He doesn't land the stun until just now. Another hook onto Aetherbug. Flashes are followed, but an exhaust onto Bidanki. That stop was perfect. Aetherbug just hits the S key. Do they have the damage? Aetherbug is so low. Bidanki goes under the turret, but will go down. The kill is answered by Weaver Willow, but first blood to TDC.
That going for that first blood is what made that worth it, to dive underneath the turret and trade. And Winter and Weaver Willow are just going to wet noodle fight each other for a bit and then walk away.
What do they call that? Supportal combat? I did not come up with it. I will admit that 100%. But I think it's one of the funniest terms in League of Legends casting.
Another route. Yeah, the routes into the hook. There's so many ways to stack that plasma. Like three were stacked before Kai'Sa was even in lane.
That was a double up, getting the kill and the bonus damage onto Bidanki, and I think like 30 gold from Aetherbug's keystone there with the first strike.
Speaking of the damage that I was looking towards, that harass damage coming from Aetherbug, there all of a sudden team damage check bot lane is super low, and we're looking with Let's Go wants to jump in, but decides to leave.
Yeah, Let's Go was in the wings. Winter, though, wants to set up a fight. He's going to find Aetherbug, but is going to hit with a crash down. He doesn't land the anchor. Shockwave from Jackson gets the kill. That's a slow from the Misfortune. Do they have the damage Bidanki? That's a flash forward into the pullback, and that's 3. That's the kills. That means Feat of Warfare has been claimed for the Mithril Knights.
Very clean gank from Jackson to pick up the kill and then run down, pick up the kill on Winter and run down Bidanki, getting the feat and pulling back from a little bit from behind with the early tempo loss.
Did you notice how low both carries on the side of Mithril Knights were on mana? They had like 12 each. That was such a long fight that they didn't have anything left. So they got the kills, and they're like, oh, thank goodness, because now we've got to go back. Except, Jace, he made it back. He's up on the top side of the jungle now. But, I'm thinking more about Jace, and his E gives him mana on auto attack. But TDC aren't going to take this laying down. They are going to get pressure on the Drake, and they'll take the first one. Big Fridge pulled in by the Shockwave, flashes over the wall. Weaver Willow unable to set that one up. Winter wants to go in again. Will get the anchor on to Weaver Willow. He's got the slow as well, but the speed up and the shield from Orianna keeps him safe. Oh, no, but Layson gets it with the binding. Big Fridge tries to set up another play.
And Layson was rooted and had to burn the flash because there's the big anchor that was going to run you down. You don't want to get hit by that. So a lot of back and forth so far because Mithril Knights was able to get the double kill in the bot lane, but team damage check gets a little bit back with the dragon. Camille putting a ton of damage on the Young Sheldon.
There's probably a joke in there somewhere about Camille being full build once she gets a Sheen. Like, the amount of damage you can deal with the Precision Protocol is absurd, especially because it's true damage on that second cast, and you just get that free shield afterward. There's nothing people could do.
Yeah, that is one of Camille's biggest strengths, is that shield, is staying healthy in lane.
I'm impressed with some of these CS numbers too. 70 for Layson in the mid lane, 69 on the Camille, and 63 as well on Lux. That's pretty high. But look at Jace, 66 in the jungle, farming up quite well. They even started the grubs. The gank is here onto Camille on the top side, but just hookshot away. Jackson and Weaver Willow don't have anything further to do, but that's 3 grubs trying to get the feat of monster slaying going for the Mithril Knights.
All right, so we have a lot of different plays. So sending out the hook shot and walking back to just get a little bit more of that mana back before going in. I love seeing little optimizations like that.
That's one of the cool things about pro play or competitive play is you find stuff like that. Like, that didn't ever occur to me that you could do that.
Yeah, but one of my favorites is doing the Senna speed buff from Fountain. You just get into the shadow and walk out of the fountain a little bit faster and walk out with full mana.
There you go.
Little optimizations.
Big Fridge was trying to set something up with Let's Go in the mid lane, but Layson was ready for it, kept himself cool. A nice shockwave onto Big Fridge. Layson is running forward, getting the damage down with the command, attack, and protect. And then the dissonance to secure the kill. 4-1 now for the Mithril Knights.
Yeah, Big Fridge was putting a lot of stock into clearing the wave and being able to walk out, but getting caught was rough. Winter goes in.
He doesn't get the anchor onto Aetherbug, has to flash away after throwing his ultimate onto Aetherbug, and now Winter is very low, has to be careful, but here is Let's Go. They get the Killer Instinct. Aetherbug has to flash, he is ignited. Weaver Willow is now behind, but going to get crowd controlled, jumps away, and has 20 health. Let's Go is going underneath the turret, he wants to get it, he does with the flag, but Aetherbug is there. They pull him back in with the Cataclysm, and it's a 2-for-1.
That is Let's Go getting a little greedy to help pick up that kill, but they do secure the 2-for-1. and get a plate at least off of that as well.
Yeah, they did get the plate. Jackson goes
Big
in
Fridge
onto
taking
Big
more
Fridge. Do
damage.
they have the damage? No shockwave means that the gank is subdued. Fridge is going to go back.
Big Fridge is having a rough time in this mid game. Just now walked back into lane and has to go back, but also it's on the waves are just starting to crash. There's not going to miss a lot of CS on that. But Orianna gets to roam with Jackson. They're looking for the jungler and finds Let's Go.
He's going to get these Krugs pretty easily. Jackson doesn't get anything done in the invade, but they're going to get some information. They know where Let's Go is. They know that he cleared that direction, which means they're safe to engage on the mid lane again.
Yeah. And Jackson is what? Yeah, he's just hanging out in the wings, trying to find an angle. Not quite able to find it because of the ward.
He's still here. Jackson is still here, but there's the shockwave. Big Fridge gets pulled in, meaning that the shockwave can't miss, and that's another kill. 6-3 for Mithril Knights. This pressure should give them the Drake. It's coming up in 5 seconds. You can see it on the wall. Let's Go is here. Aderbug, though, goes down early. This is actually huge for TDC. Winter wants to go in, gets the root onto Jackson, and they knock him up. The ultimate from Rel is in, and that deals a lot of damage. Winter is in some huge trouble. Weaver Willow flashes forward to get the stun onto Bidanki. Layson gets the kill on to Winter. Bidanki is running away, but does not have a great avenue to do so, and that's another successful fight for the Mithril Knights, and it's going to lead straight into the Drake.
And free Drake with all of that. That Big Fridge is back up, but essentially all across the map, that's 4-0 plus the Drake for Mithril Knights. Mithril Knights is now looking in a very good spot. About 3,000 up, 2,500 up, and a Drake. Well, not up a Drake at least, but Drakes are even now.
Up it's even. Though. But it's 2 for the feat of monster slaying. That's what's important, is if Mithril Knights get the Rift Herald or another Drake, then they are going to secure feats of strength. Young Sheldon is caught in the ultimate from Camille. He's going to go unstoppable, flashes away from the knockup, caught in the Cataclysm as well. Young Sheldon in a 1v2. He ults over the Jarvan wall, and Let's Go has no recourse. Young Sheldon walks away like nothing happened.
He's like, I've got a wall. He's like, I don't care, and just ults through it and walks away just fine. And
I love
Camille was staying back a little, seemed a little bit too timid to jump in being full health like that. I was curious why Camille decided not to jump in on that.
Well, I think
gets the turret plate and walks back out.
Maybe that's why the Hextech Ultimatum was cast. It kept Sheldon there. He was, but Let's Go is saying let's go, but gets pulled in by the shockwave, and Layson picks that one up, and now they're going to steal a red buff. I think this is what they were hoping for last time.
Layson is starting. Yeah, that's why they went up into the jungle, because Let's Go is trying to track where his opponent is at all times, and they were right. He was just a little too high up, but they're like, okay, that red buff is there. We're going to catch him this time. They do, and Layson is so far ahead right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1.3 thousand gold, but look at Jackson.
Yeah.
Aderbug is in some trouble. In goes the Killer Instinct. He's caught. He's ignited, and that's going to be a kill. The barrier is actually there. He saves himself. Winter Willow gets the exhaust down onto Bidanki. Aderbug has like 120 health. Super low. Well played. Didn't even flash. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jackson here to get the kill onto Camille. He's going to get the first strike. Has both buffs. No shield for Camille. Or when he does, it doesn't matter, because that hammer smash just
the shield comes up and just still goes down in 1. Jackson, yeah. I thought it was Lassen running away from this game just because of how rough a time Big Fridge is having, but Jackson is making plays everywhere and is able to just stomp all over every lane he walks into now. They're gonna trade turret for turret.
Yeah, but that's first turret to TDC, which means that feats are much more contestable at this moment. The Rift Herald is available, and if MK gets it, then they're going to get the feats. So TDC really want to get up there and try and stop that take. Yeah, they don't have anyone in the vicinity, though. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to get it. This is feats for Mithril Knights.
Yeah, they'll take that. I'm like, well, we'll trade the turrets and then grab this Rift Herald, grab the feats. Everybody gets some boots, and let's go.
All right, and there we are. Weaver Willow with Jackson trying to put pressure here on the Big Fridge, taking out a
Yeah.
third of Big Fridge's hit points with a single shock blast. Thank you very much. That's an
Yeah,
interesting item there, though. Look at that. That's Serpent Fang.
Hmm.
I like that.
I mean,
Big Fridge is in
can't
some
say
trouble.
much
Is going to
against it. It
flash
seems to be
away.
working.
Jackson flashes forward, gets the knockback, gets another kill. Jackson now 6-0 on the Jace. And you know what? I remember Phil Me, their top laner, Rapcord, saying, just trust and never forget. Well, guess what? I'm never going to forget Jackson's Jace jungle, because what the heck is happening?
Yeah, Jackson on the Jace is starting to show just how powerful this jungler can be.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I thought the ganks were going to be subpar, but he just deals so much stinking damage.
I didn't bring it up in the pregame, but I thought we were going to see a lot more from the Jarvan, and he just has not had the chance.
And I think that's just because the Jace is so unpredictable. He gets movement speed every time he switches forms, and he's got the gate, and so he's really quick. He also has the gap close on his Q in melee form, so there are so many ways for him to move around the jungle very efficiently. So get ready, solo Q. This is coming.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick stock of this game. Mithril Knights is just running away with it completely now, up almost 6,000 gold.
I do want to give
up 2 turrets.
I want to give credit to TDC. Their vision control on the bottom side has been very good. It isn't there now, but they had like 3 control wards watching the Drake, and then they just stepped a little bit out and lost the fight, which is weird because they got Aetherbug first, and then they just couldn't.
If you look at the wards, I mean, Red does have TDC does have more coverage than Mithril Knights.
Yeah, I think that they're doing great on that. And, it is 6,000, the difference, but that's not a game-ending number. Mithril Knights are very strong, though, so they have to be careful. But that Pathmaker pulling Camille underneath the turret. In goes, let's go. Oh. Another flash away from the knockup. Young Sheldon, that's twice. The only times I've seen Young Sheldon flash are on Jarvan jumps. That's really funny.
I do want
to fight. Winter is stunned, flashes away. No. Oh, the shockwave into shock blast immediately deletes Bidanki.
That's what I was saying. I was looking for in the pregame. The entire wave gets blasted by the final spark, but it's that's bullet time comes out and it's like, oh no, he missed everything. And Orianna says, I don't think so. Pulls him back in, just deleted with the double ult.
And with the lethality build from the Misfortune, Aetherbug is doing incredible amounts of damage to the carries of the side of TDC. They do have the grubs. They're going to deal a lot of damage here, but somehow the wave clear is actually pretty good between these two champions.
Yeah. I do want to point out just how well Young Sheldon is playing this game. Young Sheldon is playing for the team. He's not being overly aggressive. He's going, okay, we have a carry. We have the rest of my team is doing well. I'm keeping up in lane. You are a little bit behind technically, but your items are going to be the same. You're going to be fighting with your lane opponent, and you're not giving up your ground. And so you're not creating a weakness for the opponents to exploit, and you're just letting your carries run away with it. That's part of being a team player, is learning how to be carryable. And this is what it is. Like, K'Sante is a very powerful champion, yes, but power comes from gold. And right now, all the gold is on Jackson. All the gold is on that Jace. And let them take it.
4,000 gold for the Jace. Huge bounty on him as well. 604. Has the Cyrilda's Grudge as well completed. Weaver Willow might be caught. Just jumps away with the W. Let's go. Jumps forward. Doesn't land anything. But I think this... I was going to say they might be trying to fight over the Drake, but that's in 3 minutes. Weaver Willow takes quite a bit of damage. The only thing keeping him alive.
Full spell rotation and has to eat the shield from Orianna on that too.
I think we're getting to the point where once Young Sheldon finishes his next item, I think that the Camille is going to start losing these trades. She'll deal more damage, but won't be able to secure the kill just for the amount of armor that he has. And if the Aegis is going to build into the Unending Despair, then Sheldon's just going to be healing the entire time. So I just don't think that Camille's going to have advantage anymore. And at 0-1-0, didn't even really get what she was supposed to in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Posturing around. Oh, the turret's gone, so young Sheldon can do stuff. Bidanki flashes away from the Cataclysm. Aetherbug is low. He pops the barrier, flash forward. Aetherbug is down right there. Otacon might be the target at this point without a carry. Oh, look, he's got a Santa hat. And a beard. That's amazing. Winter dodges out the shock blast. Let's Go is over the wall with the
Autokrampus, is that what's going on here?
Yeah, okay. I see you. And all the while, Bidanki took a turret in the mid lane. And so this is what we were talking about. While they're behind, TDC has really good coverage on their wards, and they've got decent champions for scaling later into the game. What are we doing? We're looking at Otacon.
We're looking at Otacon, but missed a little bit. Another full rotation onto Weaver Willow, but it's only doing half HP. Big Fridge was just not finding the correct person with the binding and then just burning the final spark.
I will say that the crash down shield from Weaver Willow is the only thing keeping him actually healthy. Like, that's a really big deal. But now, less than a minute for the Drake. Flash forward from Weaver Willow. Let's Go. Takes a huge amount of damage. They stop the ultimate from Aetherbug. Winter wants to get some damage onto Jackson. Camille is going really, really low. Will die as well. Bidanki wants to get the kill onto Aetherbug. Flash forward onto Bidanki. Young Sheldon and Weaver Willow are there. Layson can't land the Q. But there's an Antova strike for the slow. Young Sheldon chasing after Bidanki. While Big Fridge tries to get one, he does on the backside, but now he's in a 1v3. Young Sheldon has gone all out. Big Fridge has to be careful. He does get the blast going, but it's not enough as Jackson gets him with the late first strike.
Big Fridge doing every possible thing he can. He does pick up 2 kills, but it's not going to be enough to stop this Otacon.
Otacon is the prize here for the Mithril Knights. They've got the feats, they've got turrets, they've got the huge gold lead here. Legendary Jace for Jackson, and they just clean up the rift.
Yeah, well, right into Drake. In that fight, very good target priority from Mithril Knights. Takes out Let's Go, takes out Bidanki, and just walks the rest of the team back.
Very, very good. Now, 8,000 gold in the lead. They're looking to close this one out. TDC, I think you got to turtle a little bit. You need another item on your Kai'Sa before she's really, really strong. And Camille is also a little behind, right? Doesn't have that completed second item quite yet. Farming up on the bottom side might complete that Ravenous Hydra, but you got to be so careful if you are TDC at this moment.
Right. Yeah, and what do you do when your team damage check right now? You just have to start trying to find ways to get that gold, but the way to get that gold is going to be in some farming some lanes, and you're going to get stopped. So and I was going to say you have to find your vision and get your vision out there, but they do. They're doing everything they can to stay in the game, but Mithril Knights keeps pushing their advantage properly. They're not showing any weakness to exploit for team damage check.
I think that it's coming down to, as they say on the professional broadcasts, the wallets, but Layson is caught here. Winter gets the knock-up, and Layson will go down. Jackson has shown up, but I don't think he could do anything in this 1v3. Winter Willow has arrived as well, but yeah, I don't know that they can win that 1v3.
I don't think so either. That just feels really bad not to be able to take that. Young Sheldon and Camille fighting in the bot lane now.
So an interesting thing, Camille did not use the hook shot to engage because Young Sheldon has that Pathmaker that makes him unstoppable, just like that. And so Camille trying to bait that out so you can get the stun, and if you land the stun, you get attack speed. It's actually a really crazy ability.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before in the pregame, was this is a skill matchup. You're playing around each other's abilities, and Camille is showing a lot of restraint, but so is young Sheldon. A lot of restraint and respecting your opponent where you're not seeing a lot of solo deaths in the bot lane, in the top lane in this case, unless there's somebody there to help from the jungle.
But Baron is on the field, and Mithril Knights are pretty confident. They said, look, we've got pressure on the bottom side. Teleports are available. Weaver Willow wants to find out what's going on in the jungle. Big Fridge in the front line takes over half his health from a single shock blast.
Yeah.
The Baron is less than a third.
So powerful.
Let's go. Has to land this. Gets the teleport ward, but Fridge is already down. Teleports from both top laners are in. Camille wants to get this setup done. Has the second item, but takes a huge chunk from the shock. No, not shockwave, just the command dissonance. In fact, Weaver Willow takes a bit of damage, but Baron has healed up. They get the vision here for Mithril Knights, and they are waiting. Let's go. Has to time this right. They lose their vision. Weaver Willow and Young Sheldon have a lot of crowd control. They've got to get a ward. Okay, they have one in the pit. Down to 3,000, 2,500. Let's go. Goes over the wall and does not secure it. But can they get the fight over the whole thing? Aderbug lays down the bullet time. The rest of TDC are getting the kills here. Bidanki is dealing huge amounts of damage. Young Sheldon is going to be the next target. Winter wants to get him down. Aderbug will survive. Layson with 8 health. And they do win the fight. Mithril Knights.
Big Fridge in the wrong spot.
Big Fridge was dead, but makes it to the mid wave and will try and stop the onslaught of the Baron push, but it just might not be enough.
I don't think so either. You have only 2 members with the Baron buff. That's going to be enough. Where they're at least going to get another couple turrets, and we're looking to close the game out.
Well, and the 2 Baron buffs are on very powerful. Oh, yeah. They're on powerful champions. Layson, we see right here, with the Baron and the Void Mites, actually pops his Seraphs there. No, it was just the command protect. The Seraphs was already down. Fridge trying to do what he can to clear this wave. The Baron buff is gone. He's keeping it away from the turret. That's very, very smart.
Yes. Yeah, you want to try to keep the Baron empowered minions off that, because they will be able to just take so many hits from that turret.
So what was really important was that shutdown gold, I think, went on to Bidanki, getting the kill onto Jackson. He is now 9-1, and that's huge. What is that? Nasser's Tooth is completed on the Kai'Sa. I think you need a little bit more AD on there. The AP is only good on the W. Winter is low. Jumps in trying to get the roots. Jackson is low. Jackson is dead. Young Sheldon is in the front line, but that shockwave in the bullet time means it doesn't matter. Flash forward. Camille is in trouble. Gets flipped back, and that's an ace. Mithril Knights get a 1 for 5. They have the Baron buff. They have a wave in mid lane that's almost there, and this is probably going to be the end.
They don't even need the Drake. They're going to walk this Baron empowered wave right into the Nexus. And there is nothing Team Damage Check can do but look from the gray screen.
Yeah, 7 seconds for Winter, but a support Nautilus will not stop this onslaught. You have so much tankiness on Weaver Willow and Young Sheldon, and Winter is here. He's going to get taken down very quickly, and that's just the Nexus. Bidanki is alive. Let's Go is alive, but it is not enough, and game number 1 will go to the Mithril Knights.
Very well played by both teams, but Mithril Knights does show just how little it takes to start building up an advantage and then snowballing from there. That is excellent play from our Mithril Knights, and where I'm excited to see more.
Absolutely, but hey, everyone, don't forget, in between games, freshen up. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Welcome back, everybody. What a great commercial. Who was that guy, Admin?
A very handsome man. That's who it was.
So, in addition to Freshen Up, don't forget that they released their new holiday flavors. You have Fireside Apple Hydration and Santa's Cookies. If those sound interesting or delightful to you, don't forget to use our affiliate link to get yourself some Freshen Up. Now,
it is the best way to really help us out right now is using affiliate links, like especially with Freshen Up. That's our affiliate link, and watching, giving us watch time on YouTube. That helps us get some monetization tools. But let's jump right in to Champ Select.
So this is actually really interesting. We were talking about what match to do next, and we decided we were going to do the College Clash. This is Auburn University Navy versus Royal Blue Esports Team 1. Very, very exciting. We have seen Auburn University, if I recall correctly. It's been a while, but we've seen Royal Blue not recently, but they were here for 3-4 months in a row. In fact, it was them versus Team Unknown in the finals a couple times before the rise of Filmy, and very, very strong. So I'm excited for this match.
Yes, and this is a live pick ban. They opted to not use draft tools, so we are seeing the picks happen live, and we have very interesting bans in this one.
Singed and Ivern are champions I don't ever expect to see banned.
Yeah, we don't see them often, so these are going to be very specific counter picks or counter bans for these teams.
No, I say that, but then
classic Koresh.
I remember back to, I want to say it was October. It might have been September, but there was an Ivern that went like 10-0 and just ruined everybody's day. I don't remember who played it. Shazbot, you probably remember. He's in the chat. But Bard, the first lock-in here for Auburn University.
Very cool play. I do like to see some Bard gaming. Let's see the couple picks from Royal Blue as a response to this. Royal Blue did pick the red side on the coin flip. A Mumu into the opting to pick jungle first. A solid jungle to pick.
Yeah, Piano Bra is really good as a director from the jungle. I remember he posted us a clip in our Discord server, which, by the way, you should join because we do a lot of good stuff there, where he, during one of the games that wasn't streamed, got a pentakill with the Jarvan, and Piano Bra has done a great job with the Royal Blue squads and getting them up and in and doing a lot of good work. So giving him something like a Mumu with such playmaking potential, he deals a lot of damage and has great crowd control. I think that's a great choice.
Yes, and the cow himself, Alistar. Then we have a Sylas and Maokai.
Wow, those were locked in quick.
Yeah. They know what they want to go for.
All right. Give me just a second here, everybody.
Are we getting feedback?
A little bit. Oh,
I'm
Smolder.
getting feedback.
Smolder's locked in. I actually really like that. Yeah, I like that. That's some good scaling. Nope, hold on. He's a mid-game champion.
Yes. Yes, he can be strong late game, but he is strongest in the mid game.
Right. I like that though, because
that's actually similar to how Nasus works. Like he can scale up and hit you very hard with the Q, but the strongest time is in the mid game when people don't have as much as their tools and their items as they have. And it's similar to Smolder. That the only thing that's really doing is taking away a little percentage of the health at the tail end, but you still have all of your tools available to you.
I like pairing it with Alistar as well. That makes it really easy to land all of those spells to get your stacks. And that's what makes him so strong, right? Those first 25 are pretty easy to get, but then when you go from 25 to 125, that just
Yeah.
the AoE makes it so much easier to do, and that's where you really start to get strong, is at your 125, which is in the mid game. And so
Yes.
I like the setup here where Smolder's going to have a really easy time landing those spells and getting the stacks.
Yeah. So
Marksman
we're
being
gonna
banned.
we're gonna see what that marksman he's gonna go up against as well. Still waiting on that.
I think you lock in
I'm not sure what to
mid
pick from
laner
that.
here. No, top. Yeah, lock in your mid laner here if you're on the red team, because you already see Silas, you see Maokai. Maokai might be in the jungle, might be in the top. Okay, they do decide to go with the top lane. They lock in Oh, hello, Vayne. That was
Hello.
very, very.
That was a very fast pick.
And I like it though, because the true damage based on health going against Amumu, Alistar, and Ornn.
Yeah.
Easy.
You're going to need that, and it's gonna give something to melt because the Smolder has a lot of frontline in this game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Zahen!
Okay, there's
all right.
Asbot called that out in the PLC, the PCP, the Progenitor Circus podcast. No booster needed, and we're gonna see Zahen in this tournament, and that we do. That's going to be very interesting to see because I'm not quite sure how to read how he's going to be in the team games, working with the team. So I'm excited to just see how well that works. And Jhin.
Okay, so that means Smolder's going mid against the Silas.
Okay.
Now,
so you have two ADCs and 3 frontliners to really just stand in the way of any dive that there's going to go on. Like Silas is going to have a hard time trying to land a pick on either one of these people. This is an interesting team comp. It looks like this was something that was built specifically for this draft. Because this is not something I would have expected. I don't think I would have come up with something like this. And just kind of how it all shook out.
A lot of the bans are starting to make sense now, though. Right? You don't want Jax to fight Zahen. Zahen is very auto attack reliant, and Jax has so much burst on every third attack, and he has the dodge, and so good to get that out of there. The 2 marksmen banned so that you can pick Jhin. Jinx and Caitlyn both can stop you in your ultimate. Like, they can't displace you, but they stop you, and you have to stand still. They have the extra range. They are mobile, and so getting rid of them to pick the Jhin makes a lot of sense to me. I'm worried about the
Vayne. A lot of, like, as soon as it is difficult to get to Royal Blue Esports bot lane or carries, but if they do, there's not a lot of cleanup from these tanks, so they do have to play around each other very well, because Vayne is going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but it has to be sustained damage in order to take anybody out, and you have to walk up close to that. But you have plenty of long-range abilities from Smolder and from Jhin to kind of set up your targets. You can, like, the Alistar into the dash knock-up into the snare from Jhin gets a lot of free damage, especially in the bot lane. But that can be retaliated against bards. There's a lot of different interactions, which is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out and how these teams play around, not only with the other team, but with their own team, and how they're going to layer and work around their own abilities and strengths.
Yeah. Especially potent is the Silas ultimate. Look at the options that he has. It didn't occur to me until you were talking that every single one of those is going to be key in doing something to help protect the Vayne, right? Yeah. That's goal number 1 for Auburn, is you have to protect Vayne. You don't have any good real DPS for those 3 tanky boys on the side of Royal Blue, except the Vayne. And so keeping Vayne alive is priority 1. And
so this goes into the very first rock, paper, scissors of League of Legends is burst, tank, sustained damage, or ADC. ADC beats tank tank beats burst, burst beats the carry.
Mm-hmm.
And that specific rock, paper, scissors in this match leads to some very interesting positioning plays. And it's going to be, if you thought the positioning was important in League of Legends, you're right. It is even more important in this particular matchup because
Absolutely.
Vayne is the only one that can deal with a lot of the opposing team. And meanwhile, like Amumu has a way where if there's a line, Amumu's going to try to jump onto Vayne and get her locked down. And he's got plenty of tools to keep that. So I'm excited to see what happens. We're on the Rift. We are ringing that bell. Let's go, Alistar.
Oh man, I love our players so much. Everybody, show some love in the chat. Game number 2: Auburn University Navy versus Royal Blue Esports.
Looks like this was
game number 2.
We were mistaken. Royal Blue Esports is on the blue side, which is interesting because they mentioned they had picked red side in the
but that's
in the chat. So
that's Piano Bruh on the top. Ooh, flash from Majestic. Already an electrocute being procced by Brad Dad.
All right. So let's see. So that changes a little bit. That doesn't change a whole lot on the analysis we've made, just on the people that are going to
engage here actually under Pro Pixelbrine. Do we have Bramble Smash, meaning no further fight, but that's a huge amount of damage down onto Pro Pixelbrine. And production, if I could be so bold as to ask for an adjustment on where our portraits are on the sides and in the center.
As in who's in top lane and such?
Yeah, because right now it's mid top jungle on the side of Auburn.
Yeah, we will get that set up. I remember how to set it up, and it's through the overlay system. Yeah, we'll get that fixed, so it's a little bit easier to parse what is happening. But Alistar's gonna jump in, get a little bit of early harass, just some standard early lane gaming we got here in League of Legends.
Now we should have a stack counter on the Smolder, just on the overlay. Is that right?
Yes, he's at 6.
Wonderful. Ah, there it is. I have an overlay of my own that happens to be in the way.
It is tucked into the top right corner of Smolder's portrait, and there's so many stacks that he has.
Matchsticks is taking quite a lot of poke here on the bottom side, and Old Pixel looks really low, gets executed. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Didn't go back, I think. But the engage here from Alistar into the root. Ignite is down. Wadzak has to be really careful. Remember, this is the source of damage. Has to stay strong. Majestic is there. Does get first blood with a 4th shot. Braddad tried to flash forward onto the Alistar. Does not get it. They get the root with the deadly flourish. Alistar goes in with the knockup combo. A second 4th shot means that Auburn give Majestic 2 kills.
Very good in the early game, and that Vayne is going to have a tough time going up against Jhin as we start looking to keep up this pressure into the mid game.
Now that right there is what you want when you know that Vayne is their only source. But into the Bramble Smash goes the Maokai. That's I'm not even going to try that name. We're going to call him Maokai. He helps secure the kill. Rook Q picks that one up. And a great engage up on the top side, though. Reverse might be in some trouble, is in some trouble, decides not to flash.
I got the name for you. It's Mommy Milkers.
Ah, thank you, by the way.
It's Maokai. I just realized what it was, and I have to put it out there.
Which is weird, because wouldn't that be Alistar's name?
I mean, when you get counterpicked, you have to.
I got you. All right. Well, Brad Dad is like, hey, I'm still here. Tries to proc electrocute again. Dad Brad will get rooted by the deadly flourish, and Wadzak is doing okay, staying up in the CS, only behind the first blood-ish gold. So not doing too poorly. Rook Q going in onto Slap. Oh. Yeah, slap out of it. Rookyu taking a lot of damage. I don't think he can get out of this. But now on the top side, Reverse versus Piano Bro. Piano Bro is doing quite a bit of damage here. Reverse going down to this last quarter, going to get the slow with the Q. Has Flash available and just refuses to use it. And now in goes Pro Pixel. Rookyu has the Kingslayer. He's low, but does he have the damage? He does, and Rookyu will get the 4th kill for the side of Royal Blue Esports. Mommy Milkers goes underneath the turret with Alistar there. Majestic is low, only needs 1 more auto attack. It's not enough, and he will make it back as well.
Meanwhile, mid lane are both looking extremely low and just trying to see what angle they can get to get a poke and get the kill, but trying to also stay in the lane there.
It was very close. He has the 25 stacks. Slap will slap down Rookyu. That is now 3 kills for Auburn. Pianobra gets the knockup. No knockup for Reverse. And this Ahen is doing quite well. And I'm surprised at the damage he's dealing to the Ornn. Obviously, Ornn doesn't have any items and isn't tanky really yet, but I didn't expect it to go this hard with just 3 little swords.
Yeah. I thought we were going to see a lot less kills in the early game, but that shows what I know about PLC, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Just based on the draft, but no, people are being very aggressive.
Pianobra has level 6, has a lot of damage onto Reverse, does go into the ultimate. The flash has finally been used. Pianobra is low on mana, but Reverse is very low on health. In comes Maokai. Reverse is here. He misses his spells, gets hit with the root, and will go down. Maokai picks that one up.
The patience from Pianobra did not walk right at him. Instead, kept walking up into the lane. Knew abilities were going to come out because we see somebody else coming in, and he's in that bush. I'm going to throw the abilities out there. Walks around it and is able to cleanly pick up that kill. I loved that play from Pianobra.
Very, very good. Like I said, he's a great captain, and he's really good at driving the team. So setting the example up on the top side with his Ahen. Alistar getting the combo into the Deadly Flourish. Ignite again. Wazak has to burn the barrier and jump away.
And pushes the way with Condemn in order to not get stunned, because it's the dash knock up into the root from Jhin, and then the stun is coming right after from Alistar. You have to push them away and walk away, burning your summoners at the same time.
Here's another engage onto the Brad Dad. He'll just magical journey away. It's really not that big a deal. But just the playmaking ability of this bottom lane for Auburn is huge. But here we go. Reverse is trying to get the knock up onto Piano, but he knocks him up first. Reverse now on the losing side of that trade. Pianobra doing quite a lot of work on this new champion. Rookyu going after Slap, but Slap's going to make it under the turret and might survive. Do we see the ultimate out of Maokai to try and secure the kill? We do. There it is. Is it enough? He does get hit. He's burning. He's got Scorch down to like 10 health.
He's gonna go.
Hookers is there, but Alistar is there as well. And down goes the Maokai.
Oh no! It was so close, but he could not quite get close enough to land that. What is it? What is the W ability called?
Twisted Advance.
The Twisted Advance, in order to secure that kill, just barely out of range.
So Auburn have decided this is their opportunity to pick up the Void Grubs. Alistar knocking Pianobra over the wall. Pixel will get the first grub. Finally hits level 6. This is actually huge for them. And now Pianobra versus Pixel Bright are in a fight. The rest of the teams are on the other side. He doesn't have Smite. He is going to go down, and that is stolen by Rook, which means that Royal Blue are going to get 2 of the grubs and secure it as the feet tick.
There we go. We have a lot of plays going back and forth, and these teams showing a lot of aggression, especially in this bot lane from Auburn University, and then from the top lane from Royal Blue Esports. This is quite the game.
Absolutely. And this is what you really want to see when you see 2 teams that draft the way that they did, is you know that Vayne isn't going to win, so you have to win somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And these teams are doing exactly that.
Vayne will get on in the late game. That is where Vayne is supposed to shine. So losing this lane is not necessarily a surprise, and it's not a huge concern as long as you're able to stabilize.
Exactly.
The big thing to watch out for, and we're not even there yet, is when we start getting into these mid to late game team fights, which is what the draft was about, and the careful positionings that have to happen.
Kingslayer keeps Rook alive. Slap wants to go in. Flashes are burned. Rook goes back in with the Abscond Abduct and gets the Empowered Auto for the kill. And we are now 11 kills in less than 10 minutes. Warzak is really low. The Brad Dad going to take huge amounts of damage. We get the stun onto the Alistar underneath the turret. He flashes away. Alistar has to flash as well. And he is low. Majestic dodges out the Bard ultimate, but will go down. Majestic is doing and he gets the right number of kills.
Oh, get that snipe. Get that snipe.
Warzak is here.
Oh, miss.
Ooh.
Okay.
You love to see things like that here at PLC. Maokai has joined on the bottom side. Wants to get the kill on the Majestics. He has the damage in his items, and he's going to go in, dodges out with the W, and in comes Rook. They secure the kill. That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, twisted advance into and just walk up a little bit, cue him down. He's completely out of position. Whoa!
Why is Warzak even
here? What is Warzak still doing here?
Brad Dad is there to help secure the revenge kill. Now 9-6 in favor. Wait a minute. Slap might be in some trouble. No, Magical Journey isn't close enough.
Yeah, not quite. He's looking to try to do it again. Looking to just go right through the Magical Journey and get that Q stun. Not quite able to pick it up. Gets a Q stun anyway, but he's just trying to pick up a ward.
Yeah, they do get it. Oh, Rook Q. Posturing to defend. He goes over the wall and they get the kill onto Slap. Rook Q goes back in. Majestic is slowed down and will go down.
Majestic just walked into lane and he's looking at the gray screen again.
Royal Blue have a stranglehold on this game. They have 2 out of the 3. Never mind. We're going to fight a little bit more. Alex does pop the Unbreakable Will. No, it's still got 3 seconds. It was just his E.
Well, so at the start of this play, I was thinking, oh, well, Warzak stayed in the lane, and so about not throwing away stabilization, he's going to go down and go even further behind. But Auburn University throws that away by walking into a lot of different snares and stuns. There's a lot of lockdown on that team. You have to respect it. And so now that puts us back into where Warzak is essentially about where they want to be as far as stabilized for the game and want to push into late game.
I think that these teams have a little bit of jitters. We just saw the Bard throw down his ultimate again as well onto nothing.
Yeah.
And I think we're anxious. We just want stuff to happen. But Warzak in some trouble here is ignited. They have the damage and they will pick it up. Majestic now 5-2, but on the bottom side, the knockback on to Maokai means that he's going to get knocked up again. He wants to twist advantage onto Majestic, but Alistar is doing a great job peeling. He's going to go through the Magical Journey. There is no angle for Majestic to get enough damage.
Yeah. The good idea to throw out the ultimate, but you forgot about the Magical Journey to just get out of there real quickly.
Mm-hmm. Reverse is okay. He's down 3 kills and has his item, but I don't know how well this matchup is going to go. He's similar to the Vayne, where once he gets some items, he's going to be a very terrifying late game tool for the side of Auburn.
Yes. All right. So yeah, now just taking a little bit of a breather to take some inventory on this game. Piano Bros is going to get a little bit of damage on the reverse, but reverse is just going to reverse it right back onto him. Never mind.
That's 3 members onto Pixel Bright. Slap wants to go in. Ooh, they actually get the Curse of the Sad Mummy to get a turnaround, but it's not enough. Brad Dad will pick that one up. Alistar goes down as well, and now 13-7, 4,000 gold ahead is Royal Blue.
We went from 2.4 to 3.4 gold in just that 10-second difference, gold lead for Royal Blue Esports. and they are looking in a very good position to help this Vayne scale into late game. And as we start looking at our mid lane
Reverse is
rotation,
in some trouble. He's going to get pulled in. He's going to get rooted. He's going to get killed. Pianobra ults, but it doesn't matter. He's dead. And now on the bottom side, the Brad Dad doing quite a lot of damage here to Majestic.
yeah, that Red Dead has a lot of health, and this is something Jhin is going to have some trouble going into the mid game to deal with a lot of tanks. The only tool he has is when they're low with that fourth shot execute.
Now
He
the
is
engage
gonna put some
here
damage down
onto
at least.
Majestic. Wazak is in. Needs one more auto. It's not enough. But flash forward from Rook. He's underneath the turret. He gets the unstoppable will and now is very tanky. Alistar will go down. Pixel will go down. Wazak is still alive. They get the dive, and Royal Blue further increase their lead.
Yeah, there was not a lot of respect for the Wazak positioning. Just tunnel vision onto the Bard, and you were just getting a lot of free auto attacks onto you. It was rough.
Blade of the Ruined King is the first item for Vayne, and that's going to be incredibly powerful. Again, we're talking about all these hit points on the side of Auburn, and getting all that on hit with your true damage is just going to make this Vayne very, very potent.
Yeah, and we're going through trying to Royal Blue Esports trying to figure out how to keep this game in their pocket, and it's not going to be that difficult.
Reverse is in some huge trouble. He dove a little too far and gets taken out very easily. Pianobra now onto Slap, pulls him right back in. Flap is almost enough, flashes away. Pianobra does not secure the kill, but gets some great positioning there on the top side. Pro Pixel going to get slowed down by the Brad Dad, and in comes the Maokai. He's got the ultimate root. He's got the Bramble Smash. They've got the kill, and they're just doing so much good work here for the side of Royal Blue.
Yeah, Royal Blue Esports is just now running away with this, where they may not even have to go into late game, but they have that Vayne in their back pocket just in case they're forced to. But there's not a lot of respect coming out from Auburn University Navy to all of these positionings. Like I don't know what Reverse was thinking of doing in that bot lane and trying to take that turret and dying for free down there. And now he's doing the same thing in the top lane.
It's a 2v2 with Majestic up here.
Alistar
has come up as well. The Brad Dad makes it through the magical journey. Pianobra is running out. They don't manage to secure a fight, but they do push the side of Royal Blue out of their lane. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, Royal Blue's going to take another turret. Wazak is going to get hit with the knockup. It goes into the stealth. Majestic is really low. Does not get the root. Wazak gets ignited again, and Wazak gets the stun onto the Alistar. They get the root onto the Alistar. Wazak somehow dodges out the Jhin bullet. All three of them.
Wow.
Gets another kill, but caught with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Is going to barrier. Pixel will go down, and Wazak helped secure all of those kills.
And Rook was able to pick up the Jhin as well.
Wow. They go in on to Slap, and that's another one. Rook picking up yet another kill. And Maokai helping clear the wave so that they can... 1,070 gold.
A little too greedy there.
Majestic is going to clear out this wave as Pianobra decides it's time to go back home. And, Royal Blue look like they're in a prime position to push this way, way further. Otacon is up on the bottom side, or will be coming up on the bottom side. Actually, how far into the game are we? Production, would you mind putting up the overlay again, please?
Yeah, we're going to try to get that right back up as soon as we can.
Look at that vision for Royal Blue up on the top side. You got 3 wards at the entrances and in the base of Auburn, and they just get free reign up there in that jungle. All right, so we're a minute and 20 seconds away from Otacon. Yeah, that's crazy. And they took an inhibitor? Holy crap.
Yeah, top lane inhibitor.
What's your opinion on taking inhibitors early? Because I know that the community as a whole is split on it. They think that if you take it too early, then it just gives your enemy farm.
It gives pressure. If you know how to use it, then you can pressure the lane, because it must be answered. An inhibitor that is unchecked will end the game. So somebody has to go there, and because you are forcing somebody to go into that position, that has to be respected. We have
Reverse is going to get
into
knocked
the
over
game.
here. He gets a knock up himself, but will be caught in the Bard ultimate. But Reverse's ultimate was stolen by Rook. They get the knock up there. They pick up the first kill. Alistar is tanky, but against 3, it's not enough. Maokai gets knocked underneath the turret. Curse of the Sad Mummy will keep him stuck, and Pixel will go back in. Ultimates all over the place. Majestic will throw his out, as well as Slap, and they stave off the engage, making it a 1-for-1. But it's still huge advantage here for Royal Blue.
Yeah, and then here comes a top lane push at the
Rook
exact
underneath
same
the turret
time.
to get knocked up. He's ignited, but he's knocked away by the Alistar. Wazak gets in there, picks up the first kill, wants to dive under turret, but it's a charged up turret. It takes a huge amount of damage.
Now, usually I would be against like diving in like that without a plan, but the plan was Zahen is in their base and just wailing on turrets. So if you keep them occupied in the bot lane, this is what I was talking about. You must be answered, and because it must be answered, you can put pressure elsewhere. And now it's just falling apart for Auburn right now.
Rook goes in 2 ult onto Slap. They get that one. They get the ultimate for Piano Bra. They've got the damage on the turret. Wazak is doing quite well with that. Dodges out of any other engage. And now Pro Pixel is trying to be the front line, but he goes down. Reverse wants to get the damage onto Rook, but he goes into the Zhonya's, and now it is only Majestic against 4. Rook will dive the fountain, and that's going to be game number 2 in favor of Royal Blue Esports.
Very well played to just dismantle the opposing team. Very well played by Royal Blue Esports. And yeah, I love to see it.
And it was really good to see Auburn play against them the way that they did. The pressure in the bottom side of the map, trying to keep the Vayne down. I think that the Amumu could have had much more impact fighting up on the top side to keep the Zahen low. But when you get executed on your first clear, it's just, I think that at that point, we lost a lot of the tempo for Auburn. But congratulations and great game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 3 after this.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
When feels like calm and wind stands still, run home, run home. As the crows make night of the fading sun, hide now, hide now.
The trees do bow as if they weep. Stay down,
Stay down.
though its light beckons forth. A melody calls out. Too late, too late.
Every child in Valoran has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is the Progenitor Circuit December tournament. We're so glad you're here. This is the last round of Swiss that we're going to be playing today, and I'm still Juhadre, but joining me on the cast this time is Billy Harold.
Hello, everybody. It still says admin below me, but I am Billy, not admin. We live close to each other, but we are completely separate people, I promise.
Right.
So, wonderful games. I was watching most of those two previous games while I was at work. But, wonderful games, wonderful plays. I think the beginning of the first game, that first blood, was probably a highlight for me. Just diving under the turret to get that kill, and then you die to trade a kill, but then the tanks just fighting it out afterwards.
Looked real good.
Oh,
now
yeah.
we are expecting quite a lot of action in this, our last Swiss game of the day. We are going Team Unknown versus Feel Pain. And Billy, Team Unknown has been known to be quite an action-making team, right? Just all through their history here on PLC. And we've had a lot of Feel Pain on the stream, and they do the same thing. They are very action-oriented, and so I'm thinking that stuff's going to go haywire this game.
and it could honestly go either way. I've seen both of like they're both PLC champions. We've seen
Feel Pain has not been a champion.
okay, they've gone to finals, but not
Okay.
champions. So at least finalists. So it honestly could go either way. I'd say that Feel Pain is about on the same level as Team Unknown.
hmm
It's been a while since Team Unknown has been a finalist, but they've still proven to be a challenge for those that go to finals.
Yeah, and it's actually fun because we haven't seen them on the stream a while because they were the quintessential team in the PLC for over a year, and so we just saw them so much, and we want to give every team a chance to be on the stream. And so here we are, we're ready, we're going to get them on, and once draft is ready, we'll get that up. And Billy, I want to talk about the idea of the chaos, because that's where Team Unknown seems to thrive. They like to just start these fights, or so it seems, right? I haven't talked with them and asked, is that really what you do? But they start fights over objectives, they start fights over red buffs, and they also have this great team attitude where they go and they help each other, sometimes regardless of the danger in it.
So very off meta fights.
I'll give you that.
So, they're of course they're still picking fights at the right times, but they're also picking fights at times that you wouldn't expect them to. Like they're not fighting over the objective. They're fighting so they can get one of their laners another couple hundred gold or 300 400 gold. They're fighting like they'll start a team fight just to get just to get their carry ahead.
And then on the side of Feel Pain, I don't know that they start fights as often. I haven't seen them as much as I've seen Team Unknown, but what I do remember is they are very scrappy. They aren't afraid to answer aggression with aggression. And so I'm expecting, I'm going to say 14 kills in 10 minutes. Do you think that sounds fair?
I'd say that sounds fair. I'm gonna go with 20 kills with this one.
Oh boy, in our chat, we know we ain't going to finals, being from Feel Pain, but we will make this game interesting. Shout out the PLC. Well, thank you so much. We like interesting games, and we love getting shout outs. So thanks for being here, and we're ready. We're ready to get these games going. So what are the things that you're going to be looking for, Mr. Billy Harold? What, like for me, I know that the ganking, the jungle ganking, if it's Good Guy Griffin on the side of Team Unknown, he's really good at finding these weird ways to get in there and to get their lanes ahead. I know that Calavir isn't playing on the bottom side. I believe it's Valentine now. And
yeah, Calavir's on a different team this time.
Yeah, and Valentine is terrifying if you can get him ahead. And so that's what I'm expecting to see is, wait, hold on. Let's take a look here. Oh, no Valentine. It's Kodo Draco on the bottom side.
Yeah, it is Kodo Draco this time. Kodo Draco and Sea Pudding, I believe. No, Sea Pudding might be in the jungle. They're usually on support with Kodo.
Yeah, I think that our names are a little mixed up because
I think Lamont.
Anyway,
yeah, Kodo Good Guy Griffin's usually the jungler, and then Lamont, I think, is their top laner.
Typically, it was Bear.
Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bear in a few months.
No, not in a while. But we are into draft. Karthus, Smolder, and Malphite, the first three bans. By the way, everyone, the jungler on the side of Feel Pain is Stupid Dog, and the Chinese characters there say dinner, is what I'm told. So I'm not going to try and pronounce it in that language.
I don't think it directly translates to dinner.
I don't know. That's just what I was told. I was told it was dinner. So we're going to go with that. That's dinner in the jungle with the Swole Horse, Depressed Turtle, Calm Turtle. Nefiri actually taken away from Feel Pain. Interesting.
So we've got a horse, a dog, a turtle, and a horse, a dog, and two turtles. Okay.
All right. It does not say dinner. LMAO. My apologies.
He's stupid dog still.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say stupid dog.
He's stupid dog. All right.
So I've noticed a few times that some players have the nameplate turned off for themselves, and so we see Camille written or Alistar, and so there's a chance I'm just gonna say the champion name. I don't know.
Possibly.
Or Andy. Look at that. Andy says we can say Andy. We can
All
do
right.
that.
And the Xinjiao ban. That's an interesting one, especially since he is losing a little bit of his power. He's been nerfed in the past 2 patches, I believe.
A
So
Quinn lock-in. That surprises me.
yeah, Quinn getting locked in
Mhm.
already.
Yeah, and so here's what I'm thinking is on the side of Team Unknown, in our rules, you do not have to be in LCS order, and
Yeah.
so I think that they've positioned themselves to get their picks where they need to be.
Yeah,
That's what I
So
think they did.
we've got Sea Pudding, probably Emilio support.
Hmm.
Swole Horse, Quinn top lane is still pretty strong, especially with Stupid Dog on Samira in the bot lane.
I think
good-
Stupid Dog is their jungler. Actually,
Is he their jungler?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
And so the
but
Samira will
Samira's
go to
still in the
Kensai.
bot lane.
Yeah.
And then Griffin picking Oriana for mid lane. Death picking Jinx for their bot lane, looks like.
Yeah, I like the Jinx pick. Samira is an interesting choice as well. Whenever you have a champion with such a strict condition to use a spell like her ultimate, I just don't know how much I trust it. I know that Samira can be a crazy champion, but again,
It's
the
a bit of a
way
gamble.
yeah, it really is, because if you can't get your combo, then a whole spell is just useless. So we're gonna have to look at that. But the W being able to block a Jinx rocket, super mega fire kick, right? No, what is Emilio's? It's not super mega because that's Jinx's rocket. Ultimate something fire kick, I think is what it's called. But the way
It's
you
his
can
Q.
block things, I think that's going to be really helpful for the Samira.
Hmm. And looks like we've got a LeBlanc probably in the mid lane for Feel Pain. One thing that Samira can't block, however, is an Oriana ult. She can
True.
block the sphere, but not the ult if it's just outside.
Right. And production has got back to me. Ultra mega fire kick. Thank you so much. I should just know that, but I don't.
We should, but we're not.
You know,
exactly-
this is the second Singed I've seen banned, and I like, what happened? Did Singed get buffed or something? Because that's crazy.
I think it's just the proxy potential that he has right now, especially with a couple of the new items.
Hmm.
He has a lot more potential to just proxy. I'm not sure if some of those items are out yet. I haven't played Summoner's Rift since the last patch, so
So the new items aren't
Mhm.
quite out yet. That's going to be the
Okay.
2026 season. But I think you're right about the proxy thing. I think it's also just you ban something that's strong against what you want to pick. And so this should be a champion that does not do well into Singed. Okay, Ornn is one of those, right?
yeah, that makes sense.
I get it. I get it.
You
And
don't
it-
want somebody proxying you as Ornn because
Mhm.
you're useless at that point.
Well, you don't have a lot of kill pressure is
Yeah.
the big thing. And so getting rid of him as an interrupt is actually pretty smart. So I respect that, especially if it's, in that wheelhouse of just something that's strong against Ornn. So that's good. Oh my gosh. Hello, Rengar. It's not a stupid dog.
It's a cat.
It's a cat. All right. This is really interesting because the order here may still be jumbled. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be the Quinn in the jungle and the Rengar in the top lane, because pardon me, that is a thing. Rengar in the top lane is a thing. I think he's better as a jungler. There are more opportunities to use your passive and to... Oh my gosh, excuse me, I got the hiccups. Yes, and Kodo Draco, you are correct. The order does not matter. And the reason we introduced that is so that we can get as many teams in and playing if you don't have all your champions. It also saves an immense amount of time to just reorder your summoners as opposed to using a draft tool. So thank you, everyone, for your understanding. Once we get into game, we can get everything shifted around like we like to have. But, okay, here we are. These are our team compositions. Billy, we can tell where Team Unknown wants everybody, but I do want your real opinions about Feel Pain. Where do you think those two champions are, the Rengar and the Quinn?
Well, they said it was going to be an interesting game, so I'm gonna say Quinn jungle
Okay.
with Rengar top lane, especially since Rengar's got bushes in the top lane. He can easily just jump on Ornn from halfway across the lane. So it's very reasonable that he would still be top lane, especially against Ornn. He's a lot more of the bursty, so burst into tank, it loses the rock, paper, scissors, but he's got easy access to bushes, so in the top lane, he could still be very sustain heavy.
True. I do wonder, though, if they're going to look to really accelerate the Rengar, because when you look at the composition from Team Unknown, you're not going to be Rengar jumping an Ornn. You can't really Rengar jump Emilio or an Orianna. Both of those champions have shields and heals for the Jinx. You don't want to jump on a Mumu, and so if you're gonna pick Rengar, you've got to accelerate him to a point where he can really do some damage, right? Maybe the Serpent's Fang will make its resurgence here. We get a second one on the day, and you got to set that up. The double assassin choice here from Feel Pain. I'm sure Shazbot is like dancing around his apartment right now because he's been asking for assassins for multiple months.
And we get two of them in one game.
Exactly.
I'm liking it. We did have Jace earlier, and he kind of is with how he was built that game.
I'll give you that. It was full lethality.
Jace would be considered an assassin. You can build Jace in several different ways, but usually it's like assassin or fighter. So you've either got the sustain or you've got the burst, and he was very bursty.
Indeed, he was. I remember watching a Shock Blast take 2/3 of Alexa's health. That was rough.
That was gross.
It was really rough.
and then, of course, the Orianna ult into Misfortune.
Yeah, what a combo. So then, what other Wombo combos are we expecting to see here? Orianna always has the way to set that up. Do we think maybe we can get a Call of the Forge God over the Shock Wave with a Jinx Rocket on top? That could be pretty fun on the side of Team Unknown.
Well, I'm not seeing very many actual Wombo combos from them that are realistically used, but I could see, the Jinx Rocket being used to secure a kill, or the Ornn being used to initiate a fight, and then Orianna keeping them there. So, but I'm not... And there's also the Amumu ult, where there's a lot of lockdown from Team Unknown here. But there's not a whole lot of area damage other than, the Jinx auto rockets.
All right. Well, that is Rengar in the jungle. There is a smite that is Ignite for the Quinn. And we called everything else correctly. Up into the top side, all 5 members of Feel Pain, they go through the brushes. They're coming down into the river. Do they find Kodo Draco on the Ornn? He is going to just walk away. I don't know if they got vision of everybody.
Them too.
What's that?
They find him, but he finds them too.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is game number 3, everybody. This is the last of our Swiss rounds, and a fun level 1, interesting, in the words of Feel Pain. Thank you again, Andy, for helping us know what to call you. And we're into it. So, Billy, same kind of thing. Now we know compositions. I think Quinn will do a little bit better into the Ornn than the Rengar does. So I appreciate that change.
Or is it Soraka in the top lane against Ornn?
Oh, good grief.
And then Quinn and Samira in the bot lane. I think it's a Quinn Samira bot lane. That's a lot
right,
of
listen.
damage.
I'm into this. I'm into this. Feel pain going hard. Oh yeah, look at the item starts. What am I thinking? Like, they've been telling us from the very beginning. And actually, Soraka into the Ornn on top isn't a bad matchup. The consistent damage and the way that you spam your Q wouldn't be too bad. So, Electrocute proc, Depressed Turtle getting quite a lot of damage onto Death. What? Death's in the bot lane. What happened?
Good. We got Death in the bot lane and Lamont in the mid lane.
There we go. C-Pudding gonna take another Electrocute proc. A lot of upfront damage from the side of Feel Pain here in game number 3. And they weren't wrong.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
it already interesting, but we need to get these kills. Come on. We got to get 20 kills in 10 minutes.
It was 14.
2 kills a minute. Let's go.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Okay.
It could happen.
Fight
with this
down here.
conversation, honestly.
Griffin versus Andy. Andy's going to get caught with a stun and the zap, but Griffin is ignited, meaning that he will go down as well. First blood over to the side of Team Unknown, and now Samira has to jump away. But Rengar is here. Swole Horse comes into the brush. Never mind. It jumps from the fire kick. They've got the damage now onto Death. Depressed Turtle does land the root onto C-Pudding. Death gets the barrier, flashes forward, doesn't have enough damage. Swole Horse jumps and gets that kill. C-Pudding dies as well, and suddenly Feat of Warfare goes over to Feel Pain.
And that's 4 kills in 3 minutes. So we're getting there. We just gotta pick up the pace a little bit.
Crazy engage on the bottom side. I didn't think it was going to turn into that.
Yeah.
But, Andy was just like, nah, I'll fight a Mumu. Uses the ignite, flashes away, almost makes it out too. And look at Griffin. He didn't use his flash. So the guys on Feel Pain, the Feel Pain needs to be careful is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Because that flash is still available for Griffin.
But yeah, level 2 gank from a Mumu. It paid off for them initially, but Amumu didn't have all of his abilities to be able to sustain that.
All right, we are 4 minutes in now. We've got a decent... Oh, so the overlay's not really going to tell us good data on who has the more gold. Flash forward from Lamont. Oh my gosh, Depressed Turtle got like 9 health.
Yeah, we have Orianna and Jinx that need to be swapped on the overlay there, but
yeah, but that's okay. And this is, we just saw what I was talking about. The fact that Soraka can just keep hitting Ornn. It's not going to do a lot, but you're staying healthy and you're getting gold, and that's all you really need.
And nobody expects the banana.
Also true. Also true.
And she's got a lot of sustain to be able to fight Ornn as well.
Yeah, but not a lot of mana.
Hitting those autos. Nobody expects the banana, especially in the top lane.
Right. It's actually interesting. Zwag was doing a top Soraka run. He did a full stream where that's all he played. And so I wonder if Feel Pain are Zwag fans and they decided to give it a shot.
It could be possible. Possibly took some inspiration from it.
Mm-hmm. Kodo Draco goes in. Remember, Kensai is low on mana, doesn't have a lot of way to fight back, and especially with the Call of the Forge God available now, that's dangerous. Swole Horse has shown up. It's a 2v1, but Swole Horse is only level 4. Really prioritizing the fighting instead of getting on the levels.
Yes, and especially, looks like we do have something coming up here with Swole Horse coming on.
Swole Horse goes on to Griffin. He's going to reduce the damage he's taken, but goes right in there. That's level 6. Swole Horse is in some huge trouble. He's going to use the W, and the Wish comes in from the Soraka. Swole Horse will make it out. He didn't flash, but didn't need to. Now on the bottom side, Samira's going to get hit with the ultimate Mega Fire Kick. Death is shooting out those rockets with the increased range from C-Pudding. and damage has been traded very much in the favor of Team Unknown. Kodo Draco wants to fight Kenzie again. The knockup is there into the Bellow's Breath, into another knockback with the Brittle proc, but look at the healing that Kenzie can do.
Mm-hmm. And especially just building support items as Soraka, where you can just get a lot of gold. That's a lot of power very quickly for Soraka that you wouldn't get normally from being a typical support.
Samira and Quinn having a bit of trouble down here on the bottom side. They try and engage, but the healing and the shields from Melio are just so strong.
Mm-hmm. It's especially with comboed with Jinx, where she gets extra range on her rockets anyway. It can be quite oppressive.
All right, we have Feet of Warfare, but since that 3.5 minutes, we haven't had anything else on the map happen. So Drake is available. Void Grubs should be spawning in the next 30 seconds. Depressed Total wants to go in onto Lemon. Here's Swole Horse, who's going to get the slow with the Bola, and he'll get his third Bone Tooth stack. No, he didn't have
That's
any.
his first.
What the heck? Didn't he help get some kills on the bottom side?
They didn't count.
Oh, there it is.
For...
Yeah, that's 2 kills. That's 2 kills.
There it is. Okay.
It was just lagged. Okay.
Yeah. So he did get one in the bot lane. It was against Milia. No, it was against Jinx in the bot lane.
Okay.
And then he got that second one. So he's got Jinx and he's got Orianna.
So now that we are in the level 6 zone for our junglers, Griffin will go over the wall, avoid the vision there. I like that play. But now, Swole Horse is going to be looking to make plays. Needs to get those Bone Tooth stacks so that he can be relevant throughout the game.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things I like about, like, if I'm playing Evelyn is I don't have to worry about those visions.
Here's our gank, the
But-
knockback onto Lemon. They have the damage, and that was a big gank there from Andy to secure the 5th kill for the side of Feel Pain.
Yeah,
But now it's going to be a 3v1 on the bottom side. This is really dangerous for Samira.
especially
Launches out
with
the ultimate Mega
without
Fire kick.
lockdown.
Griffin is here. They only have 1 minion. He's going to get caught with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Samira gets the A. Does she get the S? Gets the first kill. S. Dive in with the Inferno trigger. Flashes forward to get the kill on to Death. E. D. C. B. And that's another kill. 8-1 now. Feel Pain. Feeling pretty good.
They're not the ones feeling the pain this game. It's Team Unknown feeling it.
Yeah, and they're feeling it hard. Kodo Draco also taking half his hit points from this gank. Andy doing what support Quinn is designed to do. You just wander around the map and attack people.
They're at the point that they can do that. Yeah,
You know, it's interesting. I mentioned the swag thing for the Soraka top. Support Quinn is almost a Rav thing, where you get the symbiotic souls. Look at his boots. He's just gonna roam back. And that's all you need to do. You're still stacking your item because you're getting damage onto enemy champions. And here we go again. The knockback onto Lemon. He is going to get rooted underneath the turret. Depressed Turtle needs one more auto attack. He isn't going to get it, but instead Lemon gets 1 kill, almost 2. But Swole Horse is there. Needs to use the W. He does get his health back. That's a great use of his primal Oh my gosh, that
the
almost
rocket
killed Depressed
goes
Turtle.
right through the middle.
Holy cow. See Swole Horse does not hit the fire kick. Gets an auto attack though. And wow, that was crazy.
Right through the middle. It almost hit. If it had hit either one of them, it would have gotten a double.
Absolutely. The way that AoE works on that is so huge.
But yeah, as you were saying about that support Quinn, they just roam and they get their gold through assists.
And this is another thing we talked about, just the amount of fighting. There's nothing really to contest at the moment, but Quinn is just out there doing the thing. Depressed Turtle shoving under the wave, or shoving the wave underneath the turret, just trying to fight people for the sake of fighting people. And this is more like the PLC of old than the last 2 games have been. I'm actually really enjoying this.
And another advantage to the support Quinn is it leaves Samira in that solo lane, but she's in a position where she can be 1v2. As we saw her earlier go 1v3 and win.
Yeah, it was actually crazy. And especially now that the collector has been completed for the Samira, it's just going to get worse and worse.
Oh yes. The Samira is very easily going to get carried away with this game. You know, it's a gamble, but it pays off when it pays off.
Andy is up on the top side. Kenzie is doing quite a lot of work. They don't get the dive onto the Ornn, and that's okay, because Ornn's tanky. He's hard to kill. And look at his wave clear. That's actually bananas.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of area attacks. So.
Depressed Turtle gets one, gets two chains. Caught. Oh my gosh, the flash will get the stun rather onto Depressed Turtle, but the wish from Soraka gives Depressed Turtle enough health to jump forward, dodges the Super Mega Death Rocket. Griffin is on the way, does not get the kill, and Depressed Turtle really doing well here in the mid lane.
Yeah, LeBlanc is tricky, especially with that clone there. Like, that clone saved her from Amumu. If she had been rooted instead of her clone, she would have died right there. Like, LeBlanc would have died. We would have had Depressed Turtle going down, giving a shutdown gold over to Team Unknown, and then we would have, Orianna starting to catch back up.
Griffin's in some trouble, gets knocked up by the assault, and that's another kill. Now 11 kills to the side of Feel Pain. But on the bottom side, let's take a look at the way that Death and Sea Pudding are handling the situation. They're getting good push on the bottom side. There's only one plate left down there. Unless, yeah, that's one, right?
It's either one or two plates.
Yeah,
one
look at
plate
that.
left.
Kodo Draco's in some trouble. That's the upgraded Symbiotic Souls, by the way, on Andy's Quinn. And that's just crazy. The empowered back is going to be super crucial. And the fact that you get Valor for free on your back and you get to move so quickly means that Andy is a menace like no one has been a menace in a long time.
And especially since that's all you really need on Quinn for that first item. You get boots, you roam, you get assists, you help all your other lanes, and you call it good. As soon as that dive protection or the roam protection is disabled, which is like, what, 3 minutes right now?
Depressed Turtle wants to go in onto Griffin. He's building damage at the moment, meaning he is not going to last very long. And now Swollhorse helps his team secure the Drake. And let's see, how many Bone Tooth stacks do we have? I think it's 3.
Oh, Bone Tooth stacks is... He did get a Mamu, so that is 3.
Okay, so on his portrait,
2.
we can see it. Lemon is under fire. The Soraka heal keeps everyone alive, and that's 13 kills for Feel Pain.
Oof. Definitely feeling the pain. 15 kills in 14 minutes. In 15 minutes. 15 kills, 15 minutes.
Server Panda jumps in and says, "What have I missed?"
Yeah.
You missed a heck of an early game is what you missed.
Yeah.
And look at this. The Grubs and the first Drake have gone, or not the first Drake, but a Drake have gone to the side of Feel Pain, meaning they are only one away from getting the feats. Samira jumps in, flashes away, uses the barrier, but Death is really low. Death will pick up that first kill, wants to get the jump on to Andy, and they do. Sea Pudding doing a lot of good work to keep Death healthy, and now they can push this turret that's already low. Instead, Rengar has shown up. Swollhorse will defend the turret, but the bot lane for Team Unknown once again being the way that they are coming back into their game.
Although having objective bounties at 15 minutes is crazy.
Yes. Maybe that's the new strat.
Absolutely crazy, and they are so close to claiming that objective in the bot lane. But it does go down after that play, getting the double kill on Jinx, or getting the kill. One goes over to Milia, one goes over to Jinx. But it's the
Another fight up here.
Yeah.
Kodo Draco's just gonna jump away with the E. I think that's fine. Depressed Turtle has his first needlessly large rod. I think that's gonna be turned into the Shadow Flame.
that one doesn't go into. No,
Rod goes
No.
into Shadow Flame.
it is Shadow Flame. I was thinking of a different item. I was thinking the Blackfire Torch.
Aha.
Yeah, just
Well,
okay.
first turret goes the way of Team Unknown, which means that the next monster objective will give feats of strength and the blessing of Noxus to whichever team gets it. So everyone is really on edge.
It looks like the next monster objective is Dragon, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baron's not up for another 3 minutes.
Actually, that's Otacon. Baron's up at 25.
Okay, okay, so Otacon's at 20 minutes.
Yes.
So Otacon in 2.5 minutes now will be the. Dragon might be up before.
Dragon's up
then.
before. Dragon's
Dragon
only
is up
152.
Okay. So, yes, Dragon just before Otacon, but they're both there on that bot side.
Depressed Turtle is in some trouble. Gets really, really low. The combo of Lemon and Griff,
Oh!
but there it
Rocket!
is. Death lands the first Super Mega Death Rocket to get the kill, and now the Rift Herald has been summoned mid lane, meaning that they're probably going to crack this turret as well and set themselves up for the Drake.
Yeah,
The
never
engage is here
underestimate.
from Feel Pain. Griffin has to jump away. He doesn't have his. He has his ultimate. Mira's the next target. Goes down, and Griff has to flash away. The ignite is there, but the cleanse ultimate from Sea Pudding helps keep him alive. And now the turret was almost defended, but it will go down. And Team Unknown are only 500 gold behind now.
Never underestimate Team Unknown's mid-game potential. That is where
Absolutely.
they shine. And we've seen it time and time again, where their early game gets them a little bit behind, but as soon as they hit mid-game, they're like Smolder. They're like
There it
Thanos, as you were saying earlier with Admin.
So systematically, look at what Team Unknown does. They'll take a lane, they'll move their carry somewhere, they'll move the carry somewhere else, and then they will take turret after turret after turret, and Kenzie goes down once again. The duo lane from Team Unknown wants another turret.
Another one!
Nice.
This is good!
They're going to get the slow on to the Quinn. Andy will go down, and Death is excited at this point, meaning that that turret is mulch. The next fight down here on the bottom side, Lemon dodges out the chains, but the Drake will go to the side of Feel Pain there. Everyone is up on the top side for Team Unknown. I think they might get another turret, though.
Yeah, turret for a tier 2 turret for upgraded boots. I'd say that's a fair trade.
It's got the same amount of value, right? It's 750 for a tier 2 turret,
Yeah,
and that's how much you have to pay to upgrade your boots.
it's 500 to upgrade boots.
Oh, my bad.
So I'd say it's pretty good value trade, especially since there have been no turrets going down on Team Unknown's side yet.
Yeah, they're up now 4-0 in the turrets game. But look at the damage that Andy can do here to Griffin. Flashes away from the zap. Griffin on the chase. We'll use the empowered blast cone, and Andy will make it out. But the rest of Team Unknown have shown up down here on the bottom side. Kodo Draco's level 14, which means that he can hand out upgraded items. That's what he's doing right now. He just gave Death the upgraded Infinity Edge.
Oh, on Jinx, that's just nasty.
Yeah.
And then, probably
That's
going to
Otacon.
be- Yeah, we do have Otacon here. If I'd take a guess, I'd say the Leandries on a Mumu or
Swole Horse is in. He wants to go in. Does he get it? All of the health is there, but who secured the Otacon? I think it was Team Unknown. They definitely got the fight afterward. He dodging out there on the bottom side. Can see it will go down to Death. Super Mega Death Rocket does not get the kill. It was Team Unknown who killed Otacon, meaning that they now have all of the buffs. And they're going to push yet another turret.
yet again. The lane pressure from Team Unknown in the mid game, like they severely underestimated their mid game potential. They're like, oh, we've got an early lead, we've got this in the bag. Guess what?
Well, and that's what else is interesting is Depressed Turtle has a huge lead over Lemon earlier in the game, and the way that Andy was moving around with the Quinn, I'm not surprised. I think that this is a great demonstration of why you should always keep the game going. Death gets really low, but so does Andy. Death is still alive, will survive, gets a shield from the Orianna, and now they're going to take another turret. Flash away, Death will go down. Samira is in the fight, has the BA, and now gets the S, throws down the Inferno Trigger, will get the kill onto Griffin. Lemon flashes away, Kenzie and Samira on the chase. They will not pick up anything else, but now the kills are even swung into the favor of Team Unknown.
Yes, and having every single tier 2 tower gone. What turret do you think they're going to take next? The bot lane, mid lane, or top lane?
Inferno Trigger underneath the turret will get the kill for Samira onto Lemon. C Pudding is the next target, but Samira will go down underneath the turret. It's a trade for a 2-for-1, but Kodo Draco wants to make it a 2-for-2. Kensei is low. He will go down as well, and that's a 2-for-2 trade, tying up our kills 15-15.
Oh, I think that was a 3-for-2, actually. Nope, it was 2-for-2.
Yeah, Mumu was dead before. The timer is very different.
Yeah. So, and okay,
Nice
yeah,
juke
still
from
waiting for
Andy.
everything to tally up.
All right, Death almost got everything, or almost caught up to Andy there. That would have been a lot of fun to watch those marksmen fight each other. Okay, so let's take stock of our game. 34 kills in the 23 minutes. We have Drakes galore. Everything is just going everywhere. The Baron is up in a minute and a half. And the next Drake is just before that. So, where does pressure need to be for what team?
So,
Because Team Unknown seems to look pretty happy with where they are. The
Yeah.
slow there will pick up another kill for Death. Now 8-3 on the Jinx.
that Jinx is getting huge. You don't just kill Death.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Death will come back. Death will find you. Death will kill you. But as far as what needs to happen on each team, Feel Pain needs to start focusing on these turrets. They have a mid lane turret that is a hair from dead. If they could get that tower, start breaking in that mid lane, it could give them that advantage that they need. As for Team Unknown, they pretty much need to keep up what they're doing. They've got lane pressure in every lane right now, and so that frees them up for other objectives, like the jungle with the dragon here. And for Baron that just spawned, it gives them the pressure needed to be able to take that. But as for Feel Pain, they're going to need to contest this Baron. If they can secure it, even if Rengar has to sacrifice himself for it, to give Quinn and LeBlanc and Samira some lane pressure that they can crack those tier 1 turrets with, it would be successful. But it's going to be very difficult to do with all 5 of Team Unknown here at Baron.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about in the draft, is C Pudding and Lemon, with their ability to shield the main champions, will do a lot of work against Feel Pain. But Griffin might have gone just a little too far ahead. Samira is on the chase, but they use the Blast Cone. Down to 4,000 health is the Baron. Swollhorse is in. He jumps. He does try and get the steal. His health is way high because of the Soraka, but now Samira has the Inferno Trigger, will take down a few of the members of Team Unknown. On the bottom side, Kojo Draco will get a knock-up and get a few kills. Depressed Turtle is in a 1v3 and will go down as well. Baron was secured by Feel Pain, but they lost the fight.
And in losing that fight, they no longer have any Baron buff. They might as well have not fought that. And, because now Team Unknown has free lane pressure on any lane they choose. They already had mid lane pushed in, so they can just take a free turret and inhibitor there, possibly some Nexus turrets with respawn timers.
No, you
quite
rotate
easily
top.
Nexus turrets.
I think you rotate top with Orianna and you just take another inhibitor. I think that's definitely the right play. Team Unknown using the map the way that they want to do it. They don't get the second inhibitor, but let's first of all talk about how Swole Horse stole the Baron. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The way that Rengar can get in with that jump is so helpful. I'm surprised he made it because the entirety of Team Unknown was there. So congrats to him on that. But everyone was so close. I think if you had one more item on your Samira, you actually win that fight.
Yeah. Or going back to what I had said earlier, if it was just Rengar who jumped in on Baron, sacrificed himself to get the rest of his team a Baron buff, they easily could have shoved 2 lanes in to tier 2 turrets.
You actually have a very good point. No, I like that.
Yeah, so it's a very team play move. It's not something you're ever going to see in solo queue. But it's something that also requires a little bit of out of the box thinking. We're going to take our highest damage dealer, sacrifice him so we can get some lane pressure, because that's what we need at this point in the game, because we've been so focused on kills all game. But now we're losing our objectives. We're losing these turrets. We've got our third inhibitor going down right now. So,
but on the top side, LeBlanc is pushing. Swole Horse is in some trouble. Call of the Forge God will be stopped by Samira, but Team Unknown want to advance. They are underneath the Nexus turrets. They have the super minions, double super minions, by the way. Andy, Depressed Turtle, Swole Horse go in, but he's immediately popped. Samira is trying to deal some damage. Super Mega Death Rocket does not pick up the kill, and they are diving under the fountain. Griffin will go down. Death wants to get some damage in as well. He's got the extended range from Sea Pudding's help. He takes a shot from the fountain. He will go down. Kodo Draco wants to finish out this turret, but Andy's trying to stop him. Now, Depressed Turtle jumps onto Lemon. Kenzie is in the fight as well. Kodo Draco wants to get onto Andy, chasing him away. Knockback from the E, meaning that they are still alive. Depressed Turtle wants to get the kill onto Lemon, but more and more shields are in the way. The base defense has happened. Feel Pain are still in some trouble, though. Depressed Turtle is very low. Kodo Draco is in the front lines. They won't take anybody out, but the Nexus is alive.
that timing, though, on the Ornn, just in that last fight, the timing on that pillar with the knock-up, right as the pillar comes up is when he hit it. It was beautiful.
All right. The base defense has begun. Feel Pain are completely exposed with their Nexus. No turrets, no inhibitors. They have to fight for the next no, they have to fight for a long time. They have to wait until their turret comes back up.
It's going to be about 3 minutes that they have to fight here. They're going to lose Soul Point on Dragon, and it's a completely uncontested Soul Point.
Mm-hmm.
So, free Soul Point, Baron's up in 2 minutes, and that's about when their turrets will be back up as well. Their turrets will be up just after Baron is up. So, it could potentially be dangerous for them with that. So their next objective after this base defense is going to be steal the Baron.
Look at Swole Horse. He wants to go in onto death. He almost gets it, but the shield from Lemon is enough. That was actually huge. It was a desperate play. That was the only play they could do. Samira is in, has the S. Inferno trigger has gone down. Lemon has to flash away. Kodo Draco is on the front line. Samira still trying to do as much damage as he can. Lemon dodges away. Call of the Forge God, though. does not get blocked. Samira gets healed by Kenzie. Kododreko still on the front line, wants to get Samira rather. Kenzie will go down. Samira is low, only at the B. Lemon dodges away with C pudding from Andy and Depressed Turtle. Kododreko can't get the kill onto Samira, but he has pushed the minions on to the Nexus, and now Andy on the Quinn will go low, will go down. Depressed Turtle is also very low. Samira is full health, wants to get in there, get the combo, gets the A, gets the Inferno Trigo, will get the kill on to Sea Pudding, and the kill on to Lemon on the Oriana. Depressed Turtle on the Kododreko, but will go down as well. Samira trying to do the damage he can. Swole Horse shows up as well. An inhibitor has respawned, but will it be enough? Kododreko is low. He is slowed. He is attacked here by Swole Horse and Samira, but Swole Horse will pick up the kill, and the death rocket from downtown means that Kododreko will secure the turret and take down Nexus for Team Unknown's victory.
Just a hair before the other turret respawned. A quarter of a second before the other turret respawned, but the rocket and Ornn just tanking, but doing a surprising amount of damage still.
Yeah.
But rock, paper, scissors against two assassins. I think Ornn is going to win that one. And very, very good game. Certainly interesting. I will give Feel Pain that. But you cannot underestimate Team Unknown's mid-game potential.
And congrats to Team Unknown for the win. Well played to Feel Pain. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We are coming back with our playoffs. And don't forget to freshen up.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Stjärnor helt vindringsbart dit. Gör hunger hon där skall dräntor. Regn om strömnor ej är sist. Vargar kallir vilt er vär på se tunnor med klorna till. Var borgar vävt vägs för kolonna ris och tillsamman wir står.
Right back is correct, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is the Progenitor League Circuit December tournament into our playoffs. Our final four. I am Juhadre, and Billy Harold is still on the cast with me. Billy, what a way to close out our Swiss game. Just excitement all over the place. Phil Payne and Team Unknown know how to deliver a great show. But we have two more games that will hopefully be just as good a show. Game number one, our semifinals, we are going to be watching Spartans Team versus Team Damage Check. Now, I want to take a moment and to say that we tried really hard to get as many teams on stream as we can, and upon watching this one, we will have seen 7 out of 8 teams. So that feels pretty good.
Yep. And of the one team we missed, we hope to see you back next month. and we'll be sure to get you on stream then.
Absolutely.
We'll make a note of it.
So we did watch TDC earlier today. They fell to the Mithril Knights in our first streamed game, but they were able to come out ahead and make it to the playoffs where the Mithril Knights weren't. And that surprises me. So congrats to them. Spartans team, though, is going to be a tough opponent. They are 3-0, the only undefeated team in our tournament today.
And definitely a force of nature so far from what I've seen on their stats.
So while we are waiting for our draft to come up, just so that everyone else is aware, our other semifinal is being played off stream. That is a rematch of our college teams, Royal Blue Esports and Auburn University Navy. Now, that would be a heck of a repeat to watch to see how Auburn changes up their play or their draft a little bit to come out ahead, maybe, and Royal Blue, what they do to stay in the front of that matchup. So if you get the chance, talk to those players, ask them how it went. Maybe we can even ask for a VOD or something. I don't know that we will, but if we do, we'll get it up. But our match is Spartans versus Team Damage Check, and I remember good things coming out of TDC. They had great vision, they had great setup on their objectives, and they were calm. They just weren't able to make it out of the end against the Mithril Knights. And so I'm looking to see those three things again from TDC, and they hope that those will bring them out ahead of the Spartans.
Mm-hmm.
On the side of Spartans, though, I don't know anything about these guys. It's a new team I haven't seen before. The only thing I know is that I put their roles on this morning when we were doing our roll call and our setup. So I know they're fun.
Yeah, and they're all mid to high elo. So I think their lowest rank is Emerald 2.
Oh my.
And everyone else is high diamond or master.
Look at that. Wow.
So certainly a very well practiced team.
Indeed. Well, hopefully that will work out for them. I know.
Yes.
So earlier I was talking about when I was the team manager for Rated R Esports, and I remember suggesting that ranked flex was a good source of practice, and I stick by that. I hope that everyone takes the opportunity to try it. Just understand that, the ranks are a little skewed a little bit, but it evens out after you play it enough. So make sure and do that for your practice. But into draft, we have Spartans versus Damage Check here on PLC. This is our semifinal, and look at that. The Jace is taken away.
Don't want them having that.
Well, and what's interesting is they lost to Jason the Jungle.
Yeah.
Right? That was Jackson on the Mithril Knights.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So it's interesting. I think that. Oh, hold on. They had a role swap or a player swap. Ender of Man and Boya. I don't think we're in our. Oh, you know what? It might have been the Alistar was one of those. Anyway, regardless.
And so it was Alistar and Camille.
Camille. That's right. Okay. So one of those is a Jace player and a Malphite player, apparently. Or this is another one of those things where they're banning Singed, right? These two champions are just good into what Spartans wants to play.
Yeah, and it's quite possible. But that's two diametrically opposed picks as well. So it could be we don't want Jace blowing up our mid lane, and we don't want Malphite out tanking our top lane.
The Riven ban is another surprise to me. That's not a champion that you typically see banned in Team 5s.
Because, Riven's carried solo, but in team fights, not quite as much.
Yeah. I like it, though. Damage Check looking at Spartans says, if a Riven gets out of control, it's out of control. So let's let's just take it away. Jarvan, Aatrox, our last bans. We are into the picking phase of our draft. I'm really excited for that. Jarvan and Aatrox are great to take off the table. Aatrox not tanky per se.
Sustain.
So that's the word that I was trying to find. He just does not die. Jarvan has so much good setup with the Dragon Strike combo and the Cataclysm. Good things to be taking out of the champion pool. But Gwen, a pretty quick lock-in here for Spartans.
So, from what I'm seeing, Team Damage Check doesn't want a whole lot of sustain in that top lane. Riven has a lot of sustain, Aatrox has a lot of sustain, and then of course getting rid of Tristana because you don't want to deal with Tristana. You don't want to deal with that split pushing potential that she has in mid to late game.
Mm-hmm. Also, a Tristana mid can be very, very frustrating, and so if they see that on the side of Spartans as a favorite, it's good to get it out. The Xin Zhao has been locked in. I like it. Do we see Zehen in the top side as well? How fun would that be?
if you have Xin Zhao, Zehen, and Aatrox all in one game on the same side.
It'd be fun, man. It'd be fun.
It's just like you've got Aatrox 2.0, and you've got Xin Zhao and Xin Zhao 2.0. They're the same thing. You're just combining the two people together.
I love it. All right.
And Caitlyn with Let's Go picking.
Ooh.
Probably not going to be playing Caitlyn, as Let's Go was their jungler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll go to Bedanki.
Yep.
I think it's Bedanki, but regardless. Orianna, a nice lock-in, almost always a safe bet. You have good lane, great late game, so I respect that.
A lot of Orianna in this league.
Yeah, she's just an all-around good champion. I think she's also very safe as a blind because of the way that she plays. The Jhin picked against the Caitlyn. It goes against what Damage Check did last time. Remember, they banned Jinx and Caitlyn and then locked in the Jhin. So this is really interesting. I think Damage Check are happy with that matchup.
So in the Swiss stage, Orianna was picked 6 times.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so every single game.
Miss Fortune has also been picked 6 times, but only one of those was on stream.
Huh. That's fascinating.
So definitely some good statistics there on Orianna. So we have seen her a lot.
Yeah.
And she has been picked a lot. The 2 most picked champions have been Miss Fortune and Orianna.
That's crazy. And this is another weird set of bans. Hecarim is such a niche champion, a very unique one that I wasn't expecting to see in here.
Has a lot of sustain, so
yeah, that is true.
It goes back to they don't want to deal with that, especially if you're playing Swain. You don't want to be fighting somebody who can out sustain you,
right?
Because you will lose that fight.
Nami, another sustain, getting the heals out. I like it.
Although, if your Swain is not tanky enough, then he's just going to get deleted by an assassin.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to worry about Gwen on Swain. If she gets in close, she will destroy you, and there's not much you can do from a range to her, as long as she's got mana, at least.
So Big Fridge's Lux has been taken away in the ban. I'm worried about Spartans because their top and mid are very AP heavy, and so their jungler has to be a good source of physical damage. The Karma locked in says that Swain is probably going to go mid lane, and Karma will be on the bottom side with the Caitlyn.
They do have Jhin, so it could be just a couple of tanks. Go with a tank support and a tank top lane, and you could easily have a well-rounded team.
I think if you did that... Go ahead.
Yes, especially against what Team Damage Check has so far, you're going to want a lot more of that sustain, a lot of that tank.
Well, they heard me, I guess. Maybe the plan anyway, but Viego is the pick here for the jungle on Spartan's team. I like that. I think that that's pretty good. So now in the support role, You probably don't want a Braum, but you do want something I was going to say tanky, but they do get the Seraphine locked in.
So still getting a lot of sustain and a lot of unexpected damage.
Mm-hmm.
So Viego has a lot more sustain. He's more damage potential than sustain. But with Viego and Seraphine, you could easily just, let's use Swain as an example. Rather tanky, relatively, but you get Viego and Seraphine on top of him, and he disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Viego being the Ruined King, he's going to have that percent max hit point. You can't play him without building his item. It just doesn't work. And then up against Scion, he's going to want to strong side his top lane.
Gwen should have a decent time against the
Yes.
Scion. Her passive gives her the extra health damage as well as the sustain. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking at our matchups here. Got an Enchanter support on both sides, long range marksman, mages in the middle. Man, it's a pretty meta comp. The only thing that's really different is damage check does have that tank in the Scion on the top side, whereas there's more damage on the side of Spartan's team.
So we'll see if Spartans pass the damage check.
I love
see
it.
myself out.
No, stay there. I'm not doing this alone. Not doing this alone. I did that once, and I never want to do it again.
I wouldn't make you do that alone.
Well, thank you, Billy. That was actually, man, that heck of a day. I did 2 semifinal best of 3s and a best of 5 finals, almost exclusively alone on the cast. I had a guest.
A lot of talking.
Yeah, it was a lot of talking, but we made it happen, and it was a great, great time. This is our roster lineup here. I'm trying to think where I believe advantage is on which team. What do you think?
So team damage check does have more meta comp, and it is meta for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It works, and it works really well. Spartans, however, have a very damage-heavy team. The difficulty that damage check will have against the Spartans is getting into the fight. There's a lot of crowd control from Spartans. You've got Gwen is immune. One of the most frustrating things that pops up. Gwen is immune. And so Swain's not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Scion, he gets in close, but then Gwen just percent max hit point true damage with her snips, and he's gone. Xin Zhao could get in there, and he, instead of becoming immune, becomes invulnerable to anything outside of his circle. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth there. They do have a lot of engage potential from the Scion, from the Xin Zhao, and a lot of the follow-up from Swain, Caitlyn, and Karma. A lot, very heavy meta. But from Spartans, you've got Jhin able to slow them down with traps, able to root them, Seraphine able to slow and root, Orianna able to pretty much pull anyone but Scion, unless he's not ulting. But if he's ulting, he's safe. But able to pretty much pull anyone in and crowd control them there. Especially the wombo combos I'm seeing on the Spartans. There's a lot that could be done there. Orianna ult into Jhin bombardment, into Viego ult right on top of the Orianna ult, just nuking the entire team.
Well, here we are on Summoner's Rift, everybody.
A lot that could happen. And Seraphine could even set it all up. So
that is true. And on the side of the Spartans, they are a deceptively tanky team. You build a lot of hit points on Viego and Gwen. So that plus the shields and healing from Orianna and Seraphine means that they're not going to die as easily as it looks like they're going to. So everybody throw in the chat who you think is going to win. We have Spartan's team versus Team Damage Check here in our first semifinal of the PLC December tournament.
Yeah, Server Panda doesn't know who to look for or who to root for. So it could honestly go either way with this game.
I agree.
We've got our standard setup on the river from Damage Check, and a little bit substandard from Spartans, but we do have Gwen keeping an eye on that top side, and then the lanes. We do have some early vision going in from Swain in the mid lane, but it is noticed.
Minions are in. We have the first poll there for Ender of Man. So I was wrong. Bedenki is on the top side instead of in the bottom. Big Fridge is on the support. Yeah, they role swapped. Look at that.
Yeah, a little bit of a role swap. Enderman in the mid lane. Yeah, they did swap a couple people in, it looks like.
That's okay. We'll get it solved.
Yeah. And they did also have a 7-stack team, so being able to swap people in and out.
Substitute. Okay, I got you.
Yep.
Well, already up on the top side, you can see the level 2 for Gwen, meaning they get extra pressure against the Scion. Already almost level 3 as well. You can see the purple bar underneath the level there. That's going to be at level 3 for the Gwen pretty quick. And that's terrifying when you think about what you need your Scion to be able to do.
Yeah. Scion needs experience. It's okay if he goes down level 1. But once you've both hit level 2, or even level 3 to level 2, looks like Scion did catch up and get that level 3 though. But it's you want to make sure you're at least maintaining even with them with Scion. As long as you're getting your CS, then you're fine.
First gank is in the mid lane, does force a flash off of Orianna, and that's what you want. Orianna is pretty reliant on your flash. She has her speed up and her shield, but really that's her only true escape tool. And so good on Let's Go to proc that, or not proc it really, but to force it out is what I'm trying to say.
Forcing a flash without using any summoners yourself is very advantageous.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have Orianna teleporting back to mid lane, so summoners down on Orianna, putting her a little bit of a disadvantage, but able to at least maintain relatively even in terms of CS against Swain.
The other thing about Orianna is she really gets strong in the later part of the game when you've got your 2 items. And so just going back, buying the tier, playing safe, I think that's a good choice from the Orianna. And I want Spartans to continue to play like that, thinking about why their champions do what they do, and they're doing it well.
Yes, and having a tier and a ring is a lot of sustain in lane. You're not really worried about mana. You're going to poke as much as you want, and that's what she will want to do against this Swain. Keep him suppressed, keep him from stacking.
Speaking of stacking, we've got a lot of stacking on these champions here. Top lane with the Scion. Ooh, Bedenki needs to be careful. Conqueror is proc for Arya. Do they dive? Let's Go is up here. Arya will jump away with the E, and Bedenki will just farm under turret.
Yeah, one of the easiest ways to get CS with Scion is just let them push you in and you farm it under tower. And we do have Jhin and
Relish?
Seraphine, Relish, very low here in the bot lane. Relish getting a level up, and
holy crap, that summoner heal was insane.
It was a barrier and a heal.
Wow.
So huge to be able to save Jin there, but that's 2 summoners down to allow them to go back safely, but they're losing turret plates for it.
The pressure of the Karma Caitlyn lane is huge. But in comes Bedanki. Does not get the damage onto Orianna. Instead, Ender of Man gets close. Will pick up first blood in the Demonic Ascension form. That was a surprising gank from Bedanki.
Well, Sion hits 6 and he can be anywhere on the map.
Yeah, but I didn't expect it.
Unexpected? Yes. Unsurprising? Also yes. It wasn't that much of a surprise, but it was certainly unexpected.
I'll give you that. So now the weird thing about a roam like that is you lose out on your farm a little bit.
Yeah.
The Scion is behind a wave now, but when you get the assist gold, I think it might work out.
It balances out a little bit, but on Scion it puts you still at a little bit of a disadvantage because most
That's
of his
true.
power comes from that stacking.
That's true.
He doesn't get his power from items. He gets his power from those stacks.
Viego and Orianna have come down on the bottom side. They want to try and help out this poor, oppressed bottom lane, but Big Fridge and Caitlyn have decided they want none of it.
And they're able to push them off easily, but they still have enough pressure to hopefully take Dragon here. Doesn't look like they have priority in either lane, though, in mid lane or bot lane.
That's the route on to Caitlyn. Flash forward into the Maw. Viego will help secure that kill.
Yeah,
And
the ultimate comes
there it
out
is.
to secure it, yeah. So 1 for 1 right now.
Let's Go wants to get the Wind Becomes Lightning over the wall to try and engage further, but does not land. Arya and Bedanki still up on the top side fighting for turret plates, I guess.
Yeah,
But
Arya's like, well, I'm not going to damage you under turret, I'll just take plates. You're focused on CS, I'll take plates.
that was a nice play on the bottom side. It didn't fully work out, but I think that the idea was pretty good. Man, this Swain is landing all of the never moves. Ender of Man, more like Ender of Movement.
He is the Enderman.
There you go. Taking stock of our game. It is 1-1. We're 8 minutes in. It's only 600 gold the difference. Just the first blood and maybe a turret plate or two. All that's going on. But Spartans have decided that the Void Grubs are theirs. They have 3 members of their team up to get those. Arya has pressure, is 15 CS up. And Viego has the tempo. While Relige is also just kind of up there.
Not sure if Swain had stolen that first grub or not. I didn't quite see. It was right there. It very easily could have been Swain stealing that first grub. But yeah, if he does steal that first grub, it's a little bit less of an advantage. You don't have the grubs spawning on hitting a tower or being hit by a tower. You still get the objective bounty, or not bounty, but the objective, but you don't get the extra grubs.
So it is all 3 to Spartans, and now on the bottom side there's another fight. Big Fridge is able to dodge out the Deadly Flourish, but look at the vision that TDC have.
Yeah.
Once again, we talked about it. Their use of vision is very good.
And especially with the extra vision that Swain even provides. It
Shockwave,
Does a
Orianna
lot.
has to flash. Holy cow, that was close. Let's Go finds him over the wall with the Wind Becomes Lightning. Well played there from TDC.
Yeah, and it was a blind shot too. Barely blind, but still blind nonetheless. Given that Orianna had flashed, it made for an easier target.
So what else is crazy is we've seen a few really interesting dives. You know what? I'll say it. A few weird dives. I don't think there was any reason to really go that far. Like, you don't need the kill pressure. You took 2 turret shots, blew your flash, and ended up dying. you're already pushing the wave. I don't know. I just don't think that was necessary.
And gets rooted again. Just giving Swain more stacks here.
Oriana's in some trouble. Big Fridge has come in with the root, with the empowered solar flare isn't the right word, but the Q, giving Demonic Ascension, Ender of Man, picks up another kill. That's going to be... Is it really only 2? I swear it's 3.
That's 3 kills. So 2 onto Oriana, and so that would be 3 onto Oriana now.
I would think so.
Yeah,
And our overlay is lagging.
yeah. The overlay is a little bit behind, but Oriana has died 3 times. Swain having 2 of those kills, and Xin Zhao having 1.
All right. Yeah, there it goes.
Yep, there we go. Yeah, it's about 30 seconds behind.
That's awkward. But Speed of Warfare claimed Speed of First Turret is the target for TDC. Oof.
Gwen is
Community
immune!
Yeah, that's rough. Now Bedenki might be in some trouble. Does go low. Oh, that ultimate does not land. Arya was so close to securing that kill.
The flash barely.
Well, this is another thing. The pressure coming out of Spartans is actually incredible. They're down those 2 kills, but look at the gold and look at the turret plates. Gwen's going to do a lot of work here. In fact, taking first turret at 11.5 minutes. Using that E to reset autos. Arya also doing huge amounts of damage, but Bedenki does go down. Solo kill for Arya.
You just have to worry about that angry Scion.
He dealt a lot of damage in that zombie form.
He does percent max hit point damage in zombie form, and it's like 10% at level
There you
1.
go.
And
That's
it just
huge.
gets bigger.
Well, and Gwen isn't scared. Look at this.
No.
Continuing to push turrets. She knows that there are players all over the map on the bottom side, but her lane opponent is dead and it has to come back, has no teleport, or has teleport but has no ultimate. This right here, everybody.
A tier 2 turret in one, 2 turrets in one play.
So it's because of her E and her first item.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. Yeah, so when you use your E and get an auto attack within a certain amount of time, it increases your attack speed. But Arya is immune, not to death though, as Let's Go picks up the 4th kill for TDC.
Yeah, may be immune, but not if he's barely in range. So he got that first hit when she wasn't in range, and he was able to follow up with it while she was immune.
I love it. Look at this.
Some janky mechanics there. The range battles between Caitlyn and Jin here, though.
Yeah, very, very strong. Jin goes into the curtain call. Reliege is body blocking to make sure he doesn't get hit by anything wild. The Deadly Flourish is dodged. Big Fridge shows up, gets the shield for Courage. Reliege is hit, but that is all that it is on the bottom side. Caitlyn is very low, has to be careful.
Yes. And with the... You know, I'm thinking that this is going to be like another Team Unknown that we saw last game from the Spartans. Is they're going to play this like Team Unknown.
Oriana uses the Shockwave. Viego gets the Spectral Maw. Ender of Man does go down, but it's just going to be the one. Oriana is not afraid of the Scion from Bedenki, but Viego in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, there's a lot of vision from TDC in that bot jungle. But, you know, that mid-game potential that the Spartans are showing is actually really good here. You know, they had a little bit of a rough start. They handed a couple kills over, but they're starting to show who their carries are. You've got Gwen, who pushed in 2 towers and is looking to roam, and you know, Spartan's team pretty much taking the game from here. They're starting to get more and more objectives. They did get all 3 grubs earlier. So they have that huge pushing potential on
Here
Gwen.
comes the fight. Arya's in some trouble. Actually, he's not. Bedenki goes down. Let's Go goes down. A beautiful ult from the Seraphine. Caitlyn is caught. Ender of Man is caught. Fast to flash away. Caught with the W from the Jhin. And that was a big swing for Spartans.
1-2. The only one they lost. No, it was 0-2. Oriana's down in bot lane taking out a turret.
This is showing why they are 3-0. Spartans doing
Yes.
a great job controlling the game, staying with it, getting their own vision down, and actually taking control of the map. They have their 3 kills, and they've got 2 out of the 3 objectives. They just took the first. That can't be the first turret. They have first turret.
That,
because
that
they
was
have
the
3.
third turret. They
that's
did
what I
have
thought.
first turret in the top lane.
Oh,
They had
silly me.
2 jungle objectives. They had Grubs and Dragon, but the first 3 kills had gone over to, or the first 2-3 kills was damage check.
Yeah. Was it?
Yes, because it was 1-3 at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that's right. Huh. Regardless. Here we are. 16 and a half minutes in. That means turret plates are gone. 5-4 is the kill score. Bedenki gets the demolish proc. He just needs 2 more autos. Oh, he doesn't get them
Almost
because of
able
the
to get the
shockwave.
objective.
Bedenki gets some help. Nice knock up there. Big Fridge is on the warpath. Oriana is low. Bedenki comes up with the shield, destroys the turret, gets another knock up. Big Fridge wants to help, gets a slow there from the Q, and the root from the W flash away. Meaning Bedenki misses, and now Oriana is on the run. Does Big Fridge pick up the kill? He does, using the W. Jhin is the next. Wants to get up here and do some damage. Bedenki does a huge amount of damage, but not before Jhin takes out 1. Then Let's Go shows up, takes him down as well.
As a turret goes down in the bot lane. So, plays all around, lost 2 people top lane, but got an objective.
Here's another fight. Viego wants to counter jungle, but he is seen because everyone's so close. He dodges out the devastating smash. Viego doing a lot of damage here. He's healing quite a bit too. Will even pick up a kill. Does not dodge out the knockup at that point, but he will pick up the kill onto Bedenki. Viego has to run. He will get the Spectral Maw and run back away. He'll grab the Scion body and try and take the red buff as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird mechanic when you just have 2 Scions just pounding on each other.
It's funny. All right. Well, 5,000 gold the lead, or 4,500 gold the lead here for the Spartans. They are 8-6. They've got turrets taken down. They've got kills. They have a Drake. They're looking pretty in control here. Arya wants to go on to Big Fridge. We'll get the second cast of the ultimate, the Big Q, and we'll take out the Big Fridge.
Yeah, you gotta check the fridge. Get
Nice.
ahead. And yeah, Spartan team is starting to carry this game away, and so what I think that
Caitlyn is
Check
dead
could
here.
do to regain this.
Shockwave into Curtain Call is an easy combo there for the side of the Spartans.
So I think what Damage Check needs to focus on here is getting those objective bounties that are still up. Scion got one of them.
Jhin doesn't take damage, but he is still rooted. Let's Go. We'll jump away. Big Fridge is under attack now. Ender of Man will come up here into the fray, try to get the kill onto Relige after taking down the Jhin, but that's all it's really going to be. 10-6 now. Arya on the run from Bedenki. Will take some damage. Was not immune to the devastating smash this time as he was in the... Oh, never mind. Karma goes down. Big Fridge is taken out by the Viego, and now the siege continues with Spartan's team pushing and pushing and pushing.
And we've got Oriana pushing in that inhibitor turret in the top lane. They're going to have to respond to that. Otherwise, it's easily going to be a Spartan team game. But they need to focus on getting to those objectives at this point, because if they
Right.
don't get those bounties, and
Wow.
probably getting picks on certain bounties as well. I
Speaking
would
of picks, they got that one up on the top side. Caitlyn gets knocked up by the Rift Herald, and Arya is just having a heyday here. Look at the items that Gwen has: upgraded boots, death cap, and a Medjai's. How many stacks on the Medjai's now?
I am unsure. Let's see if it says anywhere. Yeah, I don't see any numbers for the stacking on Medjai's.
Yeah, neither do I. But it's enough for Spartans to just take Otacon.
Yeah.
Right as it spawns. 28 seconds after it's on the map, it's gone.
Yeah, Medjai's, Gnasher's Tooth, and a Death Cap. That is a lot of ability power on Gwen, especially with the upgraded penetration boots.
Huge, huge, huge. And you know, it's interesting. Normally you don't see Death Cap until item 4 or so. I like to get the Riftmaker for Gwen, just because you get the hit points and you get the extra ability power, and
The Omnivamp.
the Omnivamp is a big one. But going Death Cap seems to work. You heal based on your
Yeah.
ability power, I guess. So
And-
good for Arya.
She does even more % hit point damage with it too.
Mm-hmm.
So just shred Scion.
Arya wants to go immune, doesn't want the rest of this fight, will dodge out with the assistance of Relige. But TDC are setting up to defend their jungle here. But a big Seraphino, big Fridge is going to flash away and not go down. Ender of Man is tanking up. Caitlyn gets a huge hit. Viego has to flash away, and the Redemption will keep them healthy. Ender of Man is chasing. Viego is very low. Ender of Man can't get it. Relige roots him up, but Relige will go down. Ender of Man takes down the Seraphine. But now in a 1v2, Orianna is running away. Jhin dealing the damage onto Ender of Man. Ender of Man can't pick a target, doesn't land the Never Move, has no Demonic Ascension, and will go down himself.
And yeah, being able to keep Viego from falling there was actually quite wise, even though Seraphine herself had a bounty. It was much less of a bounty.
Mm-hmm. Look at Arya's damage. Just walks up and takes that turret like it's nothing. Bedanki on the run has to flash, but Orianna's already in the base. I don't think that they're going to stop him. Orianna in some trouble. Gets the command protect, but it's not enough. Arya on the run. Dodges up, the wind becomes lightning, and will just stay here on the bottom side. But there's no turret for TDC to defend.
And especially with the extra damage that ability power does to turrets, Gwen is just doing an insane amount to them.
Yeah.
So much more damage than any AD-based champion could hope to deal to a turret, even with Hullbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get the grubs empowering her on top of that, it just... We can see why she ended up taking 2 turrets in one play in the beginning of this game.
I think we're actually approaching the end here. The push is pretty strong from the side of Spartan's team. Bedanki is going to be caught out. All that magic resistance for the 1v1 means Viego cuts right through him. Arya takes an inhibitor for basically free. They've got the slow, they've got the knock-up, they've got the shockwave, but the follow-up is there. Spartan team makes it a 4-for-0 trade. The only one left alive is the Scion up on the top side. They run in, they take turrets, they take inhibitors, and now they're going to work on some Nexus turrets. They have their bot wave there. That's 1, that's going to be 2, and that's the Nexus, and Spartan's team are victorious over Team Damage Check.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but did I just see Gwen 2-shot a turret?
I tried to warn you.
Just absolutely massive damage. I mean, I do that with a full AP Galio, but that's when I've got 750, 800 ability power. and full items. Gwen still had 2 items remaining and still did 2-shot on a turret,
Yeah.
obliterating it.
I think that it's because of the items she had, right? The fully
Yeah.
stacked Medjais and the extra percent from the Rabadons. It's a lot of AP.
Yeah,
But
I don't know if it was fully stacked Medjais, but definitely stacked.
very stacked, very
Very
stacked finals now, everybody. We do have the results from our other game. First of all, congratulations to Spartan's team for their first appearance in a finals. Well played, 2-team damage check. I thought that they did a great job. And now, congratulations to you, viewers. No spoilers. We'll see you in a minute.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Progenitor League Circuit. This is the finals. I'm Juhadre. That's Billy. This is Draft.
Wow.
And look at that. It is Royal Blue Esports versus Spartans team, everybody. Surprise. There we go. And I'm really excited. I always love our finals. I think that there are some great games that always come out of this. The bans get really exciting. Look at this. The double ban against Arya here with the Aatrox and the Gwen taken away.
And Spartans, sticking with their bread and butter bans of Malphite and J4. Looks like we do have a Maokai in there this time.
Mm-hmm. So this is another interesting story where Spartans is the only team to beat Royal Blue Esports, right? And so this is the rematch from one of our off-stream games. And here's Misfortune. We've already talked about her prevalence in the meta right now and in our tournament specifically. So do we see Orianna come out in the rest of the draft?
Or does Orianna get taken away from them by Royal Blue?
All right. I like the Jinx pick into the Misfortune. I think that they do two different things. They're both relatively immobile, but Jinx wants to get in, fight, and stay in the fight, where Misfortune wants to stay back, right? Poke from afar using your Make It Rain, and then bullet time over everything. And so while they're similar in terms of their mobility, they're very different in their play style.
Yes.
Ooh, a Skarner.
And we haven't seen a Skarner here in
Long time.
long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Not
I
since
think we
he
have
was...
seen one before, just hasn't been a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We definitely saw him when he was overpowered.
Yeah.
Like right after the rework, he was everywhere.
Of course, after our ban on new or reworked champions is up, which is 1 month. No,
2
it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's right.
2 weeks, yeah. Okay, the Sylas locked in. I already like this. You don't always pick Sylas just for the ultimate choices, but let's be real. Sylas with a Skarner ultimate is terrifying.
Especially when you combine it with Misfortune.
Yeah.
Just,
And
hey,
that's
guess
messed
what?
up.
I'm going to grab you, and you're going to be here and not be able to do anything about it.
Lux locked in here for the Arbiter as well. This is probably... I think this will be our second... No, with the Sylas there, that's going to be support, right?
Okay,
I'm not
so
crazy?
looks like we do have a couple people being okay, I'm not sure if some of the Spartans had swapped out.
Yes, their mid laner is different, but
Okay.
their bot and jungler we wouldn't be able to tell because they had the nameplate turned
Yeah,
off.
that's right. That's right.
So this is interesting again, the Riven being taken away from Arya. That's 3 bans directed directly... That was a redundant
Directed
statement.
at Arya particularly.
Yes, very specifically at Arya. And so, do we see another top laner banned? And let's be real, all of these champions are very similar in what they want to do. They want to get into the fight, cause disruption, and just be a menace. And yeah, Jace, there we go. All 4 out of 5 bans are taken away from Arya.
Renekton this time, but
Aha!
well, they hovered Jace but banned Renekton. So a lot of those bruiser top laners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 380 bruisers and an AP bruiser.
Both trees taken out from Spartan's team. They want the Earth to die. But Ambessa locked in for the side of Royal Blue.
Hey Juhadre, ask me if I'm a tree.
No.
I
I fell for that once, and I will never fall for it again.
The answer would have been no. They've been banned.
Obvious. Yeah. Ooh, Irelia.
Ooh.
Wow.
So still getting away with that bruiser top lane.
Yeah. Quite the depth of champion pool for Arya here.
Oh, yeah.
we watched
Well-
the Gwen.
If you're playing top lane at that elo, you're gonna have to have a high champion pool.
Yeah.
You don't get where they are on a one trick pony.
You can get challenger on one tricks. I've seen many of them back in the days when one trick streamers were all over the place. Pink Ward was challenger, Boxbox
That's
was
true.
challenger, Best Ribbon NA was challenger. What's his
You
name?
do
Tyler
still have
One.
some, but they know how to play other champions really well.
Yes.
So they have their favorite,
hmm
but they're still a menace on other champions.
I'll give you that.
Like
Talia.
Electro right now and Baus. Like Baus is a Scion main, but
Yeah.
you don't want him playing Rammus. You don't want him playing Ornn because
Yeah.
he's just as strong on them. He just favorites Scion.
Yeah.
Or Electro with Viego. He knows how to play just about every champion there is because he's a Viego main.
Right. You would have to at that point. But here we go. This is it. That's the Silas jungle.
Yeah. So
Is his
Silas-
name Jungle is Weak? Yeah.
Yes.
Jungle is Weak. Come on,
Jungle's
dude. I love it.
And so he mains jungle, of course.
Yeah, I love it. Well, this is our draft, everybody. All the champions are locked in. This is the proper order. So we're getting into our spectator delay right as that teal bar goes away. And,
Mhm.
Billy, we've got quite the silly set of matchups, I think. I like that the Talia and the Jinx aren't necessarily terrific ultimates for the Silas to take.
Yeah.
But the Public Execution from Ambessa, the Impale from Skarner, and the Tempered Fate from Bard are all really good choices.
Yes. And even so, I would argue that even the Talia ult and the Jinx ult have their uses for him.
Uses, yeah, but every
So-
ult does.
Yeah. He grabs Talia ult while ganking mid lane, and suddenly he's in the bot lane.
I'll give you that.
So it could go any direction here, honestly. They're both very meta comps. You have your strong crowd control tank, a lot of peel from both sides. You've got your heavy AP mid lane, heavy AD bot lane, bruisers top lane. So there's really no disadvantage that I see, no direct counters. This is going to come down purely to the skill of the players and how well these players work together as a team.
I am interested to see the Brad Dad on the Bard again. I'm actually curious if that's his main because Brad and Bard, and
Yeah.
it was locked in pretty. It was
quickly.
first locked when we saw Royal Blue earlier today,
Yeah,
and
but this time it was, I think,
it was fourth pick, right?
fourth pick. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was fourth.
after the second bans,
Mm-hmm.
he's just like, they're giving me Brad, I'll take Brad.
Oh, Brad. Yeah, I love it. I think that these compositions are pretty fun.
Yeah.
We saw the effectiveness of Owazak and the Brad Dad earlier when they played on the stream, and we just watched Spartans dismantle the game against Team Damage Check earlier.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really exciting. I do think that I give the edge to Royal Blue in terms of the draft. And the reason for that is the Irelia is hard to pilot, and Ambessa is she's slippery.
Yeah.
Slippery, and so is Bard. So both of those champions, they're going to be hard to lock down, especially when all of your crowd control is such slow skill shots as the Abduct from Silas and the Flawless Duet from Irelia, the Light Binding from Lux. Like, they're not very quick spells.
And I honestly would argue as well that Royal Blue has better team fight than Spartan Team. Although Spartan team does have a few wombo combos
Mhm.
with Silas and Misfortune or Rel and Misfortune. You get Lux in there, able to just clear a lane instantly. Arya on Aurelia, able to pretty much lock down a champion and punish anyone trying to help.
Well, we are here on Summoner's Rift, everybody. These are our finals. Spartans team and Royal Blue Esports team 1. Brad Dad will take a little bit of damage, but Silas also will take about the same in terms of percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, a little bit of pokes from an early gank. Got vision in the jungle, but it's very selective vision there.
I want to draw attention to Lux's item. I don't think that was on purpose.
The support item on Lux in mid lane, yeah.
I wonder if Lux left the base without purchasing something, and that's just what they got.
No, I don't think it autofills items like it does wards.
Because you're not going to get any value out of that when you're CSing in the lane.
No. In fact, you get less value from regular CS.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Oh, an odd mistake. So,
Yeah.
the beginning of this matchup is going to be Irelia favored, I think. But once Pianobra hits 6, he'll get the Omnivamp on the ult, the passive on the ult.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll make him very dangerous. Level 2 for the side of Royal Blue Esports on the bottom side means that they have the push. Misfortune has to be careful. Rook and Lux going at it here in the mid lane. They're keeping pretty even with each other.
Yeah,
No-
Talia
no
not
flick.
quite being level 3 to be able to take advantage of that minefield to its fullest.
Mm-hmm. Pianobra going in. Oh, but underneath the turret, Arya is going to take 2 shots here. Dives back underneath the turret, but has the minions. So Pianobra will stay alive. Wazak is thrown back by the Rel. Relige is ignited. Gets stunned by the Bard. Wazak gets excited because he got 1 kill. Misfortune pops the barrier. Is still alive. Wazak needs 1 more, and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of Royal Blue Esports on the bottom side.
Oh, the Misfortune autoing to give herself away right there.
Feels
Just-
bad.
Barely giving herself away. There was no vision in that bush, was just why Wazak wasn't able to engage on it.
Lux
or to follow
doing-
up.
Doing a good job dodging everything. Pianobra not really looking good up on the top side. It's unfortunate, but like I said, at the beginning of the game, the Aurelia is going to have the edge, and Shazbot would probably tell you the same thing. Ambessa in the early part of the game is not strong. Meanwhile, mid lane, Brad Dad is trying to set something up. Crashdown will make Relige dodge out that Cosmic Binding, but there's stuff just going on all over the map. Brad Dad gets the slow onto Lux. In comes Skarner. Gonna get the slow, try and get the damage here with the rock. Throws it onto Relige, gets hit by... Oh no, flashes away so the binding doesn't land. Silas has joined the middle fray, and Skarner is going to clear this wave and keep everything exactly where it was. Pianobra is stunned, even though he tries to dodge away. Uses all of the spells to get out, but Arya has a pretty strong stranglehold on this lane.
And that support item on Lux has been swapped out for Doran's Ring.
Yeah, that feels real bad.
Yeah. So, probably accustomed to playing support and ending up going mid lane this time. Or it was probably their page had autoed onto support
Oh, yeah.
instead of mid lane.
Yeah, an item
so
set.
It's
All right.
quite possible that was what happened there.
So, 4 minutes in, we are 2-1, about 500 gold the difference here. Royal Blue is actually ahead with those 2 kills on the bottom side. The top lane is getting kind of rough here for Pianobra, like we've talked about, but that trade there with those 2 turret shots actually makes it pretty even. But you have to be careful with the passive from the Aurelia. It makes her very, very strong with that extra attack speed.
The denial for the back, real quick, from Piano Bra.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day. You don't want to just stop a back just to stop a back. Usually there's a tempo reason to want to do that. It's not just because it's frustrating, but it's because then you have the advantage in the lane, right? You're still full health, so you get to stay, or they're low, or something like that. But Silas is here. Piano Bra will get his shield first, flashes away, tries to get the public execution, but it is not enough, and that's a kill up on the top side for the Spartans.
And a turret plate. So even more gold onto Arya. It's 2 for 2 on kills right now. So the
In the
next
mid lane.
kill to happen is Feats.
Lux has to run away. Flashes, uses the magical journey. Holy cow, that was actually really slick. Lux underneath the turret might not make it. Does so far. Rook going underneath the turret. Does not secure the kill. And Lux dodges out the super mega death rocket, staying alive and saving Feats.
Ah! Lux keeping me on the edge of my seat here.
Brad Dad wants to go against Misfortune. Great dodge there from the Cosmic Binding, but Wazak is very strong, has the extra sword in the inventory, meaning that the damage is very high.
And looks like we do have some more collapsing here on the bot lane. They are looking for blood, both teams. So whoever
Stun
gets this,
right in front of the magical journey means that they pick up the kill. Wazak makes it out, but not before the Bard dies. Silas wants to come here against the Skarner. He is spotted. He is going to get the ultimate. He is level 6. Impale does not land. He's in a 1v2. He's trying to do the best he can. Has to flash away. But now Skarner is on the chase with Relige and Misfortune also here. Oh boy, I think Skarner went a little too far. In comes the Silas, gets slowed by the Jinx. One more auto should do it, but no. Triumph means that he stays alive.
and especially with Silas and his percent max or percent missing hit point heal, it's a low health Silas is dangerous. It's like a low health Warwick. Call an ambulance. Not for me.
So this is another interesting thing. There's a 1,000 gold difference between our top laners, but the items say that it's more like 1,500.
Probably because Mbessa hasn't gone back as often.
Yeah.
She's able to sustain in lane more often because she's not reliant on mana. Oh, the Death Rocket barely missing.
Arya is going to dodge out from the turret shots. Piano Bra, again, doing a decent job staying pretty relevant here, but is behind 25 CS and has a death. So, up on the top side, Arya is a menace.
Yes. And let's see, pretty much, yeah, about 1,300 gold up according to items.
Rook is caught, level 6 on the Lux, knocked forward. Do we see... Ooh, turret shot, but the shield will save a little bit of damage. Release and Misfortune are still down here, still low. The Brad Dad trying to do what he can, gets the stuns on the minions. And Rook, too close to the final spark. And that feels bad.
Like, you thought I went back. Guess what? I didn't. Oh.
We talked earlier about not underestimating certain parts of the game. That right there would have been a dead Brad Dad. Holy cow, that was crazy. Wazak is low on mana, but has decent health. Backs up. No ultimate, so they don't want to try too hard here. Lux wants to throw out the light. No binding, but gets ignited. In comes the Skarner. Is stuck in the wall? That was awkward. Wazak doesn't get the slow from the zap, but Talia is here as well. They just need to clear the wave and shove it underneath the turret, and they can dive 4v3. Rook wants to stop the backs. They do. They pull the minions away. Lux and Misfortune are super low. Misfortune has to get somewhere else. Rook is hiding in the jungle, trying to be a menace. But Arya on the Aurelia has come into the bottom side of the map, trying to get the kill onto Rook. Flash forward does not land the ultimate, but does land the stun. Flash is not available for Rook, but he's fast next to the walls. Is not going to matter. Arya picks up that kill. Up on the top side, though, Pianobra doing the push that he needs to. Getting underneath the turret, getting some needed gold. But the fact that ST didn't die underneath that turret blows my mind.
Yeah. I just needed a little bit more of that pressure from that top lane and jungle to proxy the minions away so you could get that turret or to dive under that turret.
It was really close. The Brad Dad wants to go on to the Misfortune. She keeps dodging out that Cosmic Binding pretty well, but it's interesting that Brad Dad is using the Meep empowered auto attack to get the slow first. That's a cool trick that you guys can use when you're playing Bard. Slow them down first with your Meep empowered auto, and then it's easier to land the skill shot.
Yep. Anyone who has a slow, it's easier to land a skill shot when your enemy doesn't move as fast.
So now that we are 11 and a half minutes in, it's a 3,000 gold difference advantage to the Spartans. On to Brad Dad they go, but Release is in a 1v3 as Skarner shows up. Ooh, but the Light Binding shows up. Tempered Fate does not land on anybody. Silas has arrived as well. Brad will get the Q, as will Wazak with the W. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. That's the ultimate from Skarner. Silas grabs his own. The bullet time deals massive damage, and that's another kill over the side of the Spartans. Misfortune has joined the fray, and they're going to push this wave underneath the turret and try and take it, I bet. Meanwhile, up top, Pianobra versus Arya. Full item completed for each of these champions.
Mm-hmm. So, Blade of the Rune King, very good choice, particularly against Skarner. And honestly, honestly, a very good pick on Aurelia most of the time anyway. The Eclipse on Mbessa giving her even more shields.
Oh, Misfortune almost picks up
going down.
the kill. The Ignite is down on Misfortune. All Skarner needs, doesn't matter. The Brad Dad picks up the kill.
Yeah, you use that zoning and suddenly
Ooh.
you're in auto range of a Brad and he takes you out.
Flash forward from Pianobra, wants to go in onto Arya. Does he have the damage? Dodges out the Flawless Duet. Conqueror is there. The 1v1 is in. Pianobra, 2,000 gold behind, wins the 1v1.
Oof. That's the power of Mbessa once she's hit 6 and has an item. Particularly Eclipse on Mbessa.
Yeah.
Those extra shields from that 2-hit passive is just huge.
Amen to that. What an item. I actually really like it. And now our items look a little bit more even, don't they?
A little bit more even right now. Still a little bit of an advantage from Aurelia. Mostly from that coal and being able to just get the amount of
Oof.
CS that she has. Auto attacks
Rook.
on Lux. That's all I'm going to say. Auto attacks on Lux. Use them. That's the difference between a Lux player and a Lux main.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah.
Lux is a Lux player.
Wazak will dodge out the Tempered Fate, but probably should have taken it. Silas goes underneath the turret. Tempered Fate there onto Silas. Do they have the Impale? They do. No one goes down to the Super Mega Death Rocket. Release is pretty tanky, gets slowed by the Zap, and Skarner is taking quite a lot of damage. Brad Dad trying to take the Misfortune off of the engagement. Up on the jungle side, Lux is there. Does get the hit, will get the kill onto Warzak, but will go underneath double turrets. Does get a double kill, though. And, man, the Spartans, again, just like the last game, looking really, really strong here.
Yeah. It still could go either direction. We do have
More fighting
no
up here on
towers
the
are
top
gone
side.
yet, and jungle objectives are 1 for 1. So grubs for a dragon.
No turrets have been taken, though. That's actually
Yeah.
crazy. We're at 15 minutes.
15
We've-
minutes and 0 turrets.
Yeah,
Arya
that's
needs to step up.
That's right, by 13 minutes he had taken 2 last game. Pianobra trying his best to clear the way, but now he's out of spells. Release is here. That's 2 stuns. That's 3 stuns. That's the ultimate into kill. Brad Dad goes down as well, and a very well executed dive from the side of the Spartans.
Feats of strength completed with that first tower.
Lux is in some trouble, gonna get hit with the flick back. The seismic shove. Lux gonna throw the ultimate to nowhere. Rook actually gets really low. Almost the win for the Lux. Arya on the top side, just ruining turrets, ruining minion waves, doing close to the same thing that he did last game.
Yeah, I mean, I did say Arya needed to step up their game, so...
Wazak is really low. Does not get the kill. The barrier popped by Misfortune, keeping Misfortune alive. They're going to take another turret, systematically taking top, bottom, bottom, top, middle, and the second turret on the top side. Arya doesn't take 1 turret at a time. Takes 2.
Yeah, 3 turrets. Arya definitely doesn't. The Tempered Fate just saving Relish from Skarner. I mean, he just comes barreling through and right through. We do have objective bounties up for Royal Blue, and so their main objective right now, I would say, is that dragon. Because top lane is pushed in very hard right now. They're not going to really be able to get to that top lane turret. They might be able to get into mid lane, but it's
They try to go on to Lux. They don't land the Impale, but they do have quite a lot of damage. And one more. That is a kill onto Lux. But Pianobra and Silas are fighting. Rook jumps in with the Weaver's Wall. They need to clear the wave and get the push here on the middle turret. Misfortune is the next target. Does dodge out most of the crowd control and stays alive.
Yeah, the difficult part about the shoving in mid lane is you generally have Lux that can just ult and delete the entire wave.
True. Arya messing with turrets once again. Does not get hit into the wall for the stun. They need to clear the wave here. Arya, though, does go down for the second time, and the turret is still alive.
Barely.
Yes.
Priorities, though. Arya's just like, I'm not going to kill any of you. I'm going to try for this tower. And almost gets it.
Brad throwing out the auto once again, but Misfortune doing a great job dodging where the Cosmic Binding is going to go.
We do have RBE going for that dragon objective.
They have decided to pivot. Release is going to be the target. Rook dodges out the damage, but that Lux Laser was bananas, still so much damage. Rook has to flash away. Silas jumps in with the Abscond, the Abduct, and the slow on the double chain slash. Knocked back in. Rook goes down, and that's 18-8 now, the kill score.
That was a bounce house. You get knocked up by Silas, and then knocked up by Rel, and then stunned by Rel, and you're just helpless to do anything.
With the Rift Herald on the bottom side, Lux is going to continue to push. Once again, systematically just taking out the map on the side of Royal Blue. Oh, wow!
Able to
I
escape
don't like
the Tempered
that.
Fate with Shelly.
I
That is
don't
a
like that
Shelly
at
play of
all. That should have interrupted it. I'm going to say it. I think that's really dumb. But Silas is now caught here. Skarner will throw down the ultimate. They hold him tight. Wazak will die to Lux. Silas, wow, manages to pick up 2 with the stolen ultimate. Do they have the damage here? Silas gets a heal with the Kingslayer. One more auto will do it. Reliege is on the run, while the rest of Royal Blue try to come back up this middle lane to save their turret. It is going to be a 3v2. Rook has to be careful. Dodges out in the jungle. Gets hit by Lux. Pianobra is here. Flash away from the flick back. But is it enough to get away from Pianobra? The Brad Dad is getting low. Will go down to the Misfortune. Rook and Pianobra on the run. Arya and Reliege on the chase. The minion wave is already pushed up for the side of Spartans, and Rook is running out of room to run away. He is going to get the seismic shove, but it will not be enough as another kill goes over to the Misfortune, now 7-2.
at the very beginning of that, Skarner also going down to Misfortune at the very top of mid lane there next to the jungle, as he once again got stuck in a wall.
Yeah. It's a weird interaction,
Yeah.
getting stuck in walls. Well, we are now 20 minutes in. 12 kills, the advantage for Spartans. Man, look at these items already. 2 and 3 full, just 2 completed items for all of the major players for the side of Spartans.
There's
And-
even a level advantage on the side of Spartans, particularly with Lux and Misfortune.
Engage is here. Skarner will get the
Lux
stun
will,
onto
yeah.
Lux, but will be bound himself. Brad Dad and Piano Bra have arrived. Rook also in the wings. Jinx is on the bottom side as well. Wazak wants to be a part of it, but all 4 of them down there means that that's another push. Arya just taking turrets for the sake of taking turrets. Always on the map somewhere trying to do that. Skarner unable to get the big slow, and they get it and they get out.
Yeah, Arya's definitely a top laner if I've seen one.
But now Skarner gets slowed, Skarner gets stunned, Skarner gets dead. Tempered Fate will land onto Wazak, and that flash means nothing because Misfortune throws out the bullet time. The rest of RBE are going to do the best they can to save this turret. They stun Arya, they still have 2 minions. Do they have the damage to take out the turret? They don't.
You know, forget Wazak. Forget Skarner. Skarner's dead. Forget Billy.
Engage here from Piano Bro wants to go on to Misfortune, but it is not enough. The engage is thwarted by the ignite and crowd control from Rel.
And just getting little bits on that tower, wave at a time. Very good defense from Royal Blue on that, but unfortunately, Arya's there split pushing. As they do.
Tempered Fate onto the Lux, into the Cosmic Binding. Wazak is going to pick up a kill. There it is. Wazak gets it. Now Skarner is going to get stunned. Misfortune getting slowed down. Brad Dad is here. Doesn't have his ultimate. Flash forward into the Crashdown. Rook is taking a lot of damage, but Reliege is also. Misfortune going to get hit by the Jinx. Gets excited. Arya jumping forward. Get onto Wazak. Piano Bra gonna try and get the stun. The Cosmic Binding does that as well. Piano Bra has to run away. Arya is almost dead. Piano Bra jumps forward, does pick that one up. Silas in a 1v2 goes in onto the Brad, but Piano Bra says, we are not done. Silas is gonna get the slow with the chains, but he has good sustain with the Riftmaker and his W.
Apple bottom chains, slow with the fur.
That's pretty good.
All right. So, what do you think RBE's win condition would be if they are able to defend this? I'm thinking they need to get those tower objectives. They need to push in and get a tower. They need to get a jungle objective, anything with a bounty on it. So, there's not really a whole lot in the way of bounties on champions. Silas has a 200 gold bounty, but that's about it. Everything else is purely on objectives. So that's
Well,
where they need to put their focus.
I think also just understanding that you're 14,000 gold behind and playing safe. So
Yes.
yes, they can get a lot of gold if they push out on the map and take some turrets, but the problem is they are so far behind that that's really unsafe. So the wards they have out, intelligent. They're good to have. They need to have those out so that they can go somewhere. But now, Piano Bra, 1v2, goes on to Arya. They get the stun into the ultimate. It takes 3, but they got it. All of the stuns and crowd control mean that they 3v1 Arya, take him down. And now, what's happening on the bottom side? Lux is actually going to get hit with the Seismic Shove. Rook is trying to do the damage. Zuckerberg Mega Death Rocket from Wazak helps. Flash is burned. Lux makes it away. And by the way, that flash was like twice the range as my flashes are.
It looks like they are going to be able to get that top turret, and Baron is up. So that is another objective bounty that they will be able to take. Piano Blood taking that turret with the objective bounty.
I think they want to go in here. Misfortune is slowed down. Otacon is taken for the Spartans. Wazak has made his way into the mid lane. A few ultimates have been used for the side of RBE, so they have to be careful.
Yes, and it's down to just 12,000 gold lead now. So they've reduced the gold lead from 14,000 to 12,000, but they're still going to have to contest this Baron, or it is going to be game over.
Absolutely. With the pressure that Spartans already have, there's no way you could counteract both their split pushing potential and the Baron buff. But
Yes.
Piano Bra did secure themselves a turret. So RBE took a turret. They had 15 kills. They took a Drake. They're looking like they're not completely out, but that's a lot of
Radbat
damage
getting
to Lux.
deleted
Wow,
in
that was a big
typical
bump.
end game Lux fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Still
3
missing
items.
one item on Lux. Actually, 2 items.
Mm-hmm.
That Dark Seal is yet to be turned into a Medjai's.
All right, they're trying to get in here. Relige is going to be the next target because Skarner's already dead. Lux, Relige, and Misfortune have shown up. Objective bounty on the bottom side. Rook is able to take a turret, teleporting up to the Nexus turret, and now it can be 3v3 up on the top side. Dianabra dodging out the crowd control. No seismic shove. Silas taking a bunch of damage. Into the ultimate. Misfortune is unable to get it, but Relige helps set up something big. Wazak flashes away, gets excited, shoots out the Mega Death Rocket. Rook is caught underneath the turret, but Lux is not able to pick up the damage enough to kill. Silas will take an inhibitor. That's 2 of them already taken down. Lux wants a 3rd, but the rest of RBE have shown up. Wazak wants to get the zap, doesn't land it. Rook on his way. Uses the Weaver's Wall to lock in the Lux. Knocked up against the wall, will take down the kill, and Skarner helps set that one. They do still have 1 inhibitor, but RBE's in a rough spot.
Yes. So I was about to ask where did Piano Bra go? Like, he ulted at the same time as Lux, and the Lux ult went off, and I saw Piano Bra disappear.
Mm-hmm.
But he was on the other side of Lux.
Yep.
It's like, okay. Just, I saw Mbessa disappear, and I assumed Mbessa was dead, but then I saw Mbessa reappear.
Magic.
The lines on the Mbessa ult were a lot finer than the lines on the Lux ult, so couldn't see it.
Tempered Fate does not land on Arya. The Brad Dad wants to help set something up with Rook, but it is not going to happen. Instead, Arya lands the Flawless Duet, is slowed down, has to flash, gets the ultimate, and does stay alive, but flash forward from Relige, and Misfortune's there with a bullet time, meaning that that's 1, that's 2, Piano Bro's going to be next, that's 3. Silas does not land the ultimate there. Rook is in some trouble. He is going to go down to the Silas, and now it is only Wazak for the side of RBE. Abscond Abduct do not land. He's doing damage, but he is stunned. He is killed. That's an ace, and the Spartans team have the wave. They have the ace. They have the grubs. They have this game, which means that they are December PLC Finals.
Yeah.
Or winners, champions, whatever that word is.
December 2025 finals for Spartans team. And certainly good games all around. Very entertaining for sure.
Agreed.
And the moves, the plays. I want to see a cleanse next time. That's what I want to
Just
see.
somewhere in the
Somewhere
Summer Zone.
in the tournament, I want to see somebody running cleanse next month.
Okay. So, about that game, I think that one of the big things that we have been seeing over the last several months is the majority of wins in our finals come at an even to losing early game, but then the focus on fundamentals, getting your CS and staying alive, right? Those are the two things that Spartans did and that Filmy has done the last 4 times that they've been victorious. So keep that in mind, everybody. Watch the way these players play, because that's how you win. You get your gold, you buy your items, and you win your team fights. And that it's such a fascinating pattern, because you would think you'd get more gold just running and killing people, right?
You would think, but not always.
Not always. And so it's a lot of fun to think about those type of things. And we are double checking to see if we're going to have our interview tonight, everybody. So stay tuned. Billy, we were blessed with an incredible display of talent. I want to say that I'll change it. Who do you think was the most important member on the Spartans in that game? Because I think I have an idea, but I want your thoughts first.
I would say Arya.
I agree.
Arya, hands down, the most important player. MVP with the split pushing potential, both that game and the previous game, and the focus on objectives. So, objectives are a lot higher priority than a champion kill. If you can get the objective, go for the objective. If you need to
Absolutely.
get some kills to get to the objective, get the kills before you get the objective. But if you're not going to be able to get the kills, get damage on that objective, and Arya did that. There was a point, bot lane, she was 1v3 under tower, focusing the tower, and nearly took it down. And all it took was Lux coming up and autoing the tower with the next wave, and it went down.
Right.
And then Lux was able to take Shelly and run away and hit mid lane.
Absolutely. And I concur. The way, especially the last dive we saw onto Piano Bra, where Arya poked him low, shoved him under turret, brought the minion wave, poked him low, and as the wave was under the turret, they dove with the rel, got the kill, and then took the turret when the wave was completely full.
Yeah.
Right?
And
That's
so
how
you
you
just
set that up.
shove into the next.
Exactly. And I think that level of wave manipulation and timing is exactly why I would give Arya the player of the game for sure. Reliege was pretty good on those roams, so congrats there. But yeah, just excellent games. We are setting up for our interview from the Victorious Spartans team. Once we have our interviewee ready, we will transition into that. But Billy, what other thoughts do you have about our finals?
So, definitely a very entertaining finals. It's always good to see that it's not just a steamroll. Like a steamroll for finals, it's like, okay, we want at least some sort of a challenge here, and that goes from both teams. It's not really fun for either team. It's not really fun to watch either. But when
Right.
you have a team like Royal Blue putting up a hard fight, like they certainly made the Spartan team work for it. That's, I believe, what makes a good game.
Absolutely.
Is you made me work for it, or I made you work for it. And
I concur.
It's not an easy game. An easy game is not a fun game.
Yeah. And it's a boring game.
Yeah. Like,
I remember there was one time I was casting and it was a very MMR skewed game, let's just call it that. And when you, like you say, it's that weighted, it's
Yeah.
not very fun to say, and they killed him again. And they killed him again. And they got it again. You know what I mean?
and he
but-
got one shot
Right.
again and
But-
again and again.
Oh, Server Panda, you know we weren't talking about Poro Snacks. We love
No,
Poro
that'd
Snacks.
be like
Come back.
if Juhadre and I joined the PLC as players.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
get
as a player,
crushed.
and it certainly was occasionally like that. But at least when I was the teams that I was with, we did put up a fight,
Mhm.
but there were some times in which it's just like we're getting steamrolled.
Yeah.
I'm going 1-12-3 on Galio. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
good.
No, it doesn't. But what does feel good is we have our interviewee. Please, everyone, welcome to the stream, Spartan from Spartan's team. Hello.
How's it going, guys? How are you doing?
Doing quite well, thank you. How are you?
You know what? I'm feeling fantastic after this victory. And yeah, I'm thankful for the tournament. Thank you guys for hosting this.
Well, of
What are you
course,
gonna
it's
do
our
to
pleasure.
celebrate?
What am I going to do to celebrate?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm probably going to get some Chinese food and then maybe head to bed. That actually will be,
Nice.
yeah. I haven't slept very much, but
A successful day.
exactly.
Are you so you don't have to answer this, but you know you're gonna get Chinese food and go to bed. Is it late where you are?
You know what? It's not that late, but I actually didn't sleep very much last night.
Okay, I
Because
got you.
I usually wake up around 4 p.m., but the tournament started at 12, so you know what? I had to
Ah.
Yeah. School just ended, so we've been on a weird schedule. So
Well,
Yeah,
even
school
more
does
thank
that.
you for joining us then. We
Exact-
know it's hard.
Yep. No worries. It was fun. I had a super solid team all around. You know, I don't know what to say besides thank you everyone. You know, thank you everyone on my team. Shout out to my entire team.
Absolutely. So go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, Juhadre and I were talking about who we thought the MVP was on your team. Who would you say was the MVP on your team?
Okay, I'm gonna just have to come out and say it. I think it was our AD carry. I actually think it was our AD carry, and here's
Interesting.
why I think so. Okay, you know what? He was punching a little higher than he normally plays in his
Mhm.
rank. And I think he held his ground very consistently, in my opinion. So that was mine. But what were you guys thinking?
First, I want to acknowledge that you have a very good point. I don't think I saw a lot of misplay from your bot laner, and that's really good, right? That the amount of pressure as the main carry on a team, especially like you said, playing outside of your typical MMR, very, very good. So
Yeah.
thank you for that call out. We thought it was Arya, your top laner.
Oh yeah. I mean, if we're looking objectively at the game, it definitely
Yeah.
was. So there's some backstory on Arya. He's actually a multi-challenger, multi-season
Really?
challenger 8 top laner. Yep. So that might be why that is, but you know what? At least you guys were able to see that. So there we go. That shows that everyone here knows exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
Arya never took just one turret.
Oh no, he was
Ever.
going for a couple. Exactly.
And so the way that he was able to manipulate the waves and call for the ganks at exactly the time when he had a full wave to take 2 turrets, is that something that you guys practice as a team, is lining up skirmishes to get people low for a dive and then taking objectives all around the map? Or is that just an exclusive Arya tech?
This is our first time playing together as a group.
Okay.
So I would say it's more of like we kind of understand how he wants to play, and then we kind of just let it happen while we do our own thing. We are communicating the simplest things, though. We are saying, you know what? He's like, let me just take the tower, and I'm like, okay, let's go do something on the other side of the map. That's what we say, and that's how it goes. It's always a slam dunk.
Wonderful. Now, forgive me, when I'm thinking back on the roster, I don't remember seeing Spartan as a name. Am I forgetting that?
Oh, so yeah, so I guess like my ID is Spartan, but I was playing on the Arbiter account.
Okay.
So yeah, that is my solo queue account. So that is what I've been playing. I'm
There
actually
we go.
down a lot of LP, and so this really is pushing my mental back up to the sky because, guys, I was down like around 600. Guys, I was down 600 LP this past week. I'm not even kidding. So
Wow.
So this is gonna push me back into moving forward and up, back into high elo.
So
Wonderful.
your celebration is getting the motivation to continue.
Correct. That's exactly it.
Get some food, rest up, and keep pushing.
Hit the grind.
Exactly, and then just get back on solo queue. Exactly, man. That's exactly what I'm gonna do when I wake up.
All
have
right.
to.
Well, Spartan, thank you so much for joining us on this interview. Is there anything else you want to tell everybody on the stream before we close out?
Yes, I have one thing. Okay. Follow my Twitch, Spartan80c1, and follow me on Twitter. I am, yeah, I get around 9 viewers, so let's make that 10, guys. Let's
I
go.
love it. Well, if you put your socials in the YouTube chat, I'm sure that everyone will do that. Spartan, thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for being here on our interview. We hope that your Chinese food is delicious and that you have a good rest.
Thank you very much. One last thing, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
The 80 carry was my cousin. He wants me to say.
Oh.
So there we go.
Ah,
There we go.
That's why, you know,
Yeah.
that's why he was able to keep up. You know, I've been coaching here and there, so that's there
I
you
love
go.
it.
So all right.
I love
well,
it.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Congrats again, Spartan. Good night.
Good night.
All right, everybody. And, congratulations once again to Spartan's team. I guess I should have put an apostrophe in the team name. I didn't realize that that's what that meant, but that's okay.
Spartan's team. It's the
It
Spartan
is
team.
Spartan's team. All right, everyone. As we're closing out, we want to make sure that everyone remembers a few things. Number one, January 2026, January 17th is our first games of 2026. That's going to be on the new season. Number two, watch for the extra episode of PCP talking about the new season. Zeno and Shazbot and I go way in depth, and we have a great conversation. Also, signups for February are open. That is February 21st, noon Pacific time. And we are always looking. Oh, I apologize. February isn't open yet, but will be open soon. So just keep an eye out. Remember that progenitorscircuit.com has all the links you need. It has to our Discord, has to our YouTube, and it has to the Battlefy, where you can find those signups. Don't forget to check out Freshen Up. The new flavors, Fireside Apple Hydration and Santa's Cookies, are out now. And Billy Harold, anything else from you?
Go register for next tournament. If you haven't, do it now. Do it now.
Then, with that, everybody, thank you once again for joining us here on the Progenitor League circuit. From everybody on the broadcast crew, we wish you a happy night, a happy new year, and we will see you in 2026.